It's WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's a qualifier for the main event that's being held this week. Over 500 players in teams of 2 competing for their shot at the main event. Today, we'll be showing coverage from the round of 32. I'm That's Admirable, and I'm joined by 2-time, back-to-back WSOE title defender, Gia. Gia, how you doing?
Doing great, Admirable. Of course, WSOE is very near and dear to my heart, but now that we are, of course, in some troubling times and it's hard to get out to LAN events, I'm really glad that they've adjusted now to this online series, and this is the 4th event. We are entering now a different mode of Hearthstone in Battlegrounds, and there's tons of players in this event. It was a round of 256 teams, and we do have now the round of 32 to bring you today.
That's right, $10,000 in prizes are up for grab in the main event, and today's qualifiers will determine which players will have their shot at that. You know, Gia, I'm always excited for competition of any form that lets me stay inside and play video games. What are you hoping to see here today?
I think in particular because this is a pair event, which seems to be kind of the premier way of approaching Battlegrounds. If we look at the recent invitationals that we've had, I'm always looking forward to see how the 2 players collaborate, because of course in a Battlegrounds lobby, at some point you're bound to run into your teammates. So the last time I was casting, I was most impressed by the teams that were able to position their boards in such a way to give themselves the best chance of tying. And there's of course some heroes that also allow for additional usage of the cooperation aspects, like Tess, Rafam, and to an extent maybe even Barov. I think Barov in a team format gets a lot stronger than it would be just playing on your own on the ladder mode.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really big thing that you mentioned there. You know, normally when you're playing a game of Battlegrounds, you're just playing on your own. You're trying to defeat every other player out there. But they're competing in teams of 2s inside these games. So there's 4 teams in competition inside each lobby. How does that change the dynamic a lot? And I think you really nailed that. How do you coordinate based on the heroes that you have, based on the boards that you have? Because they're able to communicate with each other in that. So as we jump into this first game, once it's underway here in the round of 32, I am really looking forward to that. You know, there's always those power heroes that you're looking for as well. That's something that I always look forward to, is seeing someone get absolutely crushed and dominated for like 30, 40 points of damage in one game. And we're jumping right into it. Gia, right away there, I see a Galakron, and I see at least 2 of the top heroes right now.
Wow. This entire lobby is great heroes. I'm of the opinion that Millhouse is also very strong. Of course, it changes depending on what tribes are available in each lobby. I think Millhouse is great when you have elementals and dragons. Chef Nomi being one of the strongest things you can do with Millhouse. But yeah, obviously Galakron and Elise are the strongest in the meta currently. Elise now having that recruitment map just costing 2 instead of 3 means that she's able to consistently get through the early game and tier all the way up to 6. I expect that this Elise and Alexstrasza are teammates, and that's why they did not play any minions this first round.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. That's where you're going to see, whenever you see players taking, I would say, exceptionally unusual turns, that's probably a big sign that that's exactly what's happening in a situation like that. Don't deal damage that's unnecessary. That seems like a foolish way to go about it, is to hit your own teammate.
And we are on the Millhouse now with a strong dragon start and the deck swabby in the tavern for the next turn to make sure that he doesn't float any gold when going for the upgrade. That's a perfect start for Millhouse as well. And I was saying that dragons are really, really strong because Millhouse can leverage Kaligos much more efficiently than other heroes.
Yeah, dragon's always a big one for that one, right? You're trying to play as many battle cries as possible. What's a better way to do that than someone who buys just, you know, any battle cry they're seeing there with a Kaligos in play for cheaper gold and you know, just getting more battle cries as a result because of that hero power.
You can see just a tie against the Janus versus Ragnaros on the double Wrathweaver start is pretty interesting. I wouldn't normally gravitate towards Demons as Rag because you don't really have the Divine Shields that you can take advantage of. But if Bob gives you lemons, you make lemon demonade, I suppose.
Hey, Bob, I'd like a lemonade, please. Oh, all I got is demons. You're like, yeah. All right, I guess I'll take a demonade then, Bob. He just starts poking you for a bit of damage at a time there. You're like, yeah, Bob!
Now these are some kind of low quality 5 gold taverns. There's not been a lot of 2-star minions for these players, so that's another benefit for Elise. I tend to think that when you get to turn 3, turn 4, if you miss out on some of the higher quality minions, you end up taking so much damage in the mid game, which hurts your ability to tier up in the late game.
Yeah, that's always something that I personally have had some big struggles with, is when everything's going smooth and I get offered the right minions, I feel like I'm cruising through the game. But when I have a tough early start, I always feel like I want to keep trying to win the lobby outright. And that just always seems like it's such a foolish thing to do. Where do you find yourself when you're in those situations, when you kind of have a tough early game, but your mid game's kind of moving okay? Which direction do you tend to take? Do you try to salvage your position, or are you still trying to win the whole thing?
I think I would definitely, by that point, cave and just try and go for a top 4. Maybe even give up on leveling later, try and stick to mechs and something like that, which you can stay on tap 4 for. Over here on the Rafam, though, pretty interesting decision. He has the ability to triple the Lieutenant, but because he's only on Tavern 3 at the moment, he is just going to freeze it, and I expect try to get some better usage out of the Discover from the triple.
It's already one of those situations where things are going well, everything's looking good. Why try to do something crazy and just try to get the tempo right now? You're feeling like your situation's okay. Just try to get something cash in later on.
Gonna take a bit of damage is the Rafam for now, but I think that is completely fine. The fact that he went for the usual Rafam curve of leveling 2 turns later than most of the rest of the field means that he will have to sell something if he wants to get the triple immediately, but it looks like he's going to take another turn of most likely losing the next combat in order to really maximize the triple potential.
I gotta imagine we're looking for a 5 here next turn from the Rafam perspective as well.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree. And the cats by this point are essentially just 1 gold that are sitting on the board here, so I think he can totally afford to do that. Looks like he is going to just instead take the demon right away to make sure that he has more tempo on board for the next immediate combat. I think that gives him a good shot of winning, but I'm a bit worried about economy for the next turn.
Yeah, it does look a little bit rough. Maybe another kind of greedy level situation. Maybe you're tempoing for try to find something else. A lot of it depends on what you're seeing around the lobby as well. It's not just you that you're seeing your own perspective of what other players have, but also your teammate who can communicate with you. If they saw somebody with an exceptionally powerful board, they can say, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't be so greedy this round. They were really powerful, and you could take a lot of damage. Maybe it's important to get another minion or 2 in play."
Oh, awful trade there, and that means the Rafam is still going to take quite a beating from here. So he has to immediately discover some great 5-drop here.
Yeah, that replicating menace trade was rough. Just tax on 3 extra.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
And the
Immediate
Elise,
level
of course.
Elise.
Yeah. I'm feeling the egg most likely. Yeah.
That's the biggest one, right? It's an 8/8 that's tucked underneath this 0/5 shield.
Yeah. I think in
At
this
least to
lobby
me-
we are not seeing Murlocs. The other tribe that's not available is...
Elementals?
Yes, that's right.
I haven't seen any of those. At least to me just feels like the power hero right now. Like the fact that you get to cheat out that minion with the extra gold, because that map being reduced from 3 cost to 2 cost, that is just such a huge difference from where Elise sat in the previous patch.
Yeah, it's really huge because a lot of the time it would be awkward to level and use the recruitment map on the same turn. And so you end up not necessarily even getting that much additional tempo from the Discover, because by the time you play the Discover, you're able to naturally buy minions of that tier from the shop. But now that it costs 1 cheaper, Elise is able to power level and still maintain her tempo by immediately getting one of the stronger minions.
Pretty typical Alex Straza turn here. Take a beating, heading towards that Tavern 5, trying to discover 2 big dragons and get the game moving from there.
Yeah, I think Alex hardly has any time though. Omu taking their first loss, but not a big deal because this is another hero that's able to level really quickly and still be able to buy a minion on the same turn.
The battle is really raging out there.
That one's looking a bit rough, though.
I'm tempted to just level again here as the Omu. I think he has enough health to get away with it. and he can just keep rolling for something stronger. Elise, though, with choice of Baron or Bran.
Who knows what secrets will unfold?
Yeah, I'm snatching the Bran there. Bran pretty much is like the linchpin of every single Battlegrounds composition that I feel like I succeed with.
It's a bit tough without Murlocs, but just Menagerie with a bunch of Jugs and Bran is enough to get there, I think. And it does have a lot more scaling potential. The Baron really only had synergy with the Egg at that point, so I am on board for that pick as well. The Alex did manage to pick up Razor Gore, but it's going to take a while to really scale up. The two Micro Machines have been looking for the triple for a very long time, I can only assume.
Yeah, you're facing the lowest player in the lobby, though. Hopefully that gives you some breathing room or some confidence, or perhaps a look at things and going, well, maybe everyone's just really strong and we're the ones getting beat down from this. But it's a lot of extra attack added to board. Spawn is still sitting there. And pretty tough-looking opposition, but, if Alexstrasza manages to stay alive on this round, you're looking pretty good. And I'm not seeing an elimination here from what I'm looking at on combat.
Doesn't look lethal at all. The most threatening minion is the Wrathweaver, and it's not a lot of damage in terms of its tiers, so I think Alex can hang in there for another day. Wow, actually gets the great trades at the end there.
Love to see it. Jandis down to 5, 1 hit left. Anytime you're in that 10 to 15 health mark towards the end of the game, it feels like it's about the same as having 1.
Looks like since the last time we checked in on Rafan, they have gone a bit more in on the demons. Been looking for the Wrathweaver triple, but I think there's room to pick up a preemptive Selfless Hero here, because that tends to be the cherry on top for this composition. Once you have the big demons, that's the only way to really protect them with Divine Shields.
Wow. Tavern 6 discovery here for
Amalgadon with the Bran. That seems strong.
You better have something really powerful that you're looking at in that shop if you're not taking this Amalgadon, I imagine. Yeah, but it's 3 different tribes. Not the best adapts.
Yeah, but honestly, for the strength of the Jandis last turn, it might be enough to get there in the end. He does have it on the far right, though I would chuck this in the front, I think, for this stage of the game.
So it's just a little bit early where you're not thinking, I need this taunt isolating everything. It's just big enough that I'll have it attack a couple times.
Yeah, that's where my head would be at. It's also just his highest attack minion at this point, and the Wind Fury going first can be pretty valuable.
All right, this is going to survive 3 hits here, though. Jandis has got to win this round. I mean, just the Tavern damage alone is enough to eliminate Jandis. If they don't win this round, it's over for them.
It's been a bunch of value trades here. That's a bit painful for Jandis, but I think it's looking good.
That's a good one. That's
just barely hanging in there.
Just barely. Galakrond going down first.
That is not something you see every day. We didn't really check in on the Galakrond, but when that happens, I can only assume that they were not offered good tier 6 minions. Maybe just early My Exness, you don't generally want to take those, and maybe spend all of their time trying to build up to that point.
And now Millhouse going crazy with a brand. 2 crowd favorites. The bootleg Caligos.
So you would like to donate your body?
Yeah, this is another benefit of playing Millhouse. Nobody else, no other hero, I would say, likes to take crowd favorites, so it's pretty reasonable to assume you can get a triple on this, and any battle cry is a lot cheaper to make work with Millhouse, and of course you buy every single free dealing gambler when you can find it, because it's just +1 gold.
Gia, I'm going to disagree with you there. I am a big favorite of the crowd favorite. Doesn't matter what hero I am.
Oh,
I just like taking things that get buffed. But anytime everything's getting buffed, that's the kind of comp I want. Caligos, Brand, whatever it is. Buff everything. Pirates, I'll do it. I'm crazy like that.
Okay, I will admit that I am biased towards pirates as well. I don't think the comp is very good, but every time that I'm offered an early scaling pirate, and then I just go all in and look for the Captain Hogger and let Bob take the wheel.
Pretty good looking fight here. Anytime you're facing the early Kel'Thuzad. I like that when I have the brands as well. It feels like it lets me cheat a little bit, where I get to be super greedy for a round. And just not have to worry about it very much. For Fom here, the Wrathweavers are getting huge, and the early Floating Watcher as well. That's really the cherry on top, I think, for the Demon composition, is when you're able to find the Floating Watcher with a comfortable health total. That thing just becomes a 40-40 in no time.
Right. I also think this is a reasonable lobby to go for demons when Murlocs are not available, because the big punish to big demons is usually just poisons and Divine Shield on those, no matter how tiny the health on the Murlocs. If you poison them and put a shield on them, the demons are going down. So I think without Murlocs, there's a good chance here.
Look at that, Amalgadon.
Apple has a strict rule that fillers
Yeah, that is
are
spicy.
not allowed
Also, the Jug guaranteed buffing, the Foe Reaper here is
If you think that a
huge.
character is going to turn into a bad guy, and then that character uses an iPhone or any Apple product, spoiler alert, that character is not the villain.
Wow! I feel like
Oh, okay, that's
End up
interesting.
taking-
that I'm
Yeah, the
ever
Battle
gonna buy
Master.
is already spoiled. So if they have any kind of
I
You want the
wanna see
Battle
that
Master, or do you want
they
the...
can absolutely not be a
Yeah,
bad
I'm curious if you want the Battle Master or if you just want the Houndmaster
So back
to
in
keep
the
beefing it up. I suppose at this point it would depend on how powerful you think your opponents are.
subconsciously think about this every single time I want to play.
It's true. I think because he had that one extra space for a chunky minion, and he has that one slot for buffing, I like the idea of taking a minion that is just going to get bigger as time goes on. It's a composition that kind of is begging for a Light Fang, but when those are not offered, you would just take every mug and jug that you can find.
Yeah. The fact that you have that Jug sitting in hand, it means that Battle Master can be buffed 2 more times on top of its major health. And this is a nice looking board here for Fom.
Yeah, this is almost the complete setup. At this point, I feel like the Imp Mama is actually the expendable minion, and he would cycle more demons and try to end with a Baron by the time it gets to the very end game.
Yeah, that to me is that's one of the coolest and trickiest parts for me when I find myself playing Battlegrounds is how do I cycle through that last minion? Like you just mentioned Baron there to go with the Selfless Hero and to go with the Spawn. You know, you're getting an extra +2/+2 across the board. You're getting 2 more Divine Shields across the board. Finding clever ways, I think, to use that last buff slot for like a quote-unquote temporary combat buff, I guess. That to me is always one of the toughest parts of the game, where it's just it's so different depending on who my opponent's going to be.
Right. It's also just the tough part between compromising, because a lot of the time you end up with a board state where you did buy a minion just to survive, and it's not necessarily something you want to sell later on, but to improve your board, you do have to make yourself temporarily weaker. I could also see, wow, Elise hanging on by the skin of her teeth. Oh man, this almost looking strong.
This right here is the perfect example of what you just mentioned too. It's like which minion do you want to get rid of? I don't want to get rid of my 10/10 taunt, but at the same time I definitely don't want to get rid of my poisonous, but I don't want to get rid of my dragon, but I don't want to get rid of any of my dragons really, because I'm buffing the Kalecgos. Like there's so much going on here.
Yeah, with Battlegrounds, you cannot be too attached to any minion for a long time. I think the Poisonous is absolutely the sell here. It's just a bit awkward that this next refresh only gave him 1 Battle Cry. I think ideally he wanted to sell the deckhand, buy Battle Cry, sell that, and then buy the last Battle Cry. Now it looks like he's going to end on Poison once more, but the next turn, you're very much expecting to sell the Poison and try and find an Adina as the cherry on top for this comp.
Yeah, it's right back to the poison. Just cycle through. You'll find another one. That's what Bob's here for. Whoa, what is going on here?
I think that these are teammates, potentially, and they both just don't want to die, and so they probably agreed to sell both their boards in order to just say maybe somebody from the top 4 is going to die, and we can stick in, try to get some extra points. By the way, we didn't mention the point distribution, which is weighted a little bit more heavily towards the top compared to just the even increments.
Yeah, to cover that real quick, the teams they're accumulating their score in one of these lobbies, and the teams with the highest score, obviously, they're the ones who emerge victorious in this one. The teams with the lower score, obviously, they do not. So if that's exactly what I think is happening there, is that their teammates, they go, well, we don't want either of us to get eliminated. Moving up one position could be the difference in us making it not. Let's just get rid of our stuff and hope that someone gets eliminated. No one got eliminated in that round, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and it was very much a last-ditch effort. I think you only make that play where both of you survive if you feel like you two are the weakest in the lobby and you don't have a chance of beating anyone else. It just so happened, though, that nobody else died, so it's very likely that they are just going to explode in 5th and 6th anyway.
Wow.
I don't think he has room for another Razor Gore buy. I think you just take the battle prize here.
So the Razor Gore, if it ended with 6 dragons in play, it would be an 8-12. It's pretty close to the 12-12 right now. But can you get more just by buying battle prize instead? That's always the question you have to ask. And it looks like if you're not buying the Razor Gore, the answer is I'm going to get more just by buying battle prize, which frankly I agree with. Like, this game is not going to last too many more turns.
I agree. I think he has to spend this extra gold looking for Nadina instead, or more battle cries. There's 2 battle cries here. And I would settle for that. Ending on the Battle Master isn't the worst thing ever.
That's what I would have picked.
Or he could roll here. There is one more roll available.
Yeah, he decides whether or not you need the unstable ghoul. Looks like with the 2 divine shields in play and your opponent not likely to have a ton of divine shields in play, no reason to do that. So I agree. Just big chunky butt for some tokens, and hope it works out for the best.
Ooh, looks like the Reform did find their Baron, which means that all of these big minions, well, most of them, are going to get a nice protection, which is really huge because the Razor Gore is really the only threatening minion on Omu's side of the board at the moment.
Yeah, and the Razor Gore did not take a very strong trade in that one, and look at the Millhouse damage because of the team sacrifice. They tried to make 39 damage.
That's an achievement done right there. Yeah, that Millhouse must be wondering what the heck went on there.
No, thank you.
Yeah, both of them going out in 5th and 6th place, as you had alluded to earlier.
Yes, our milk does come in bags. Typically, it's 3 bags.
Look at this board. I'm loving this one.
Get cartons, and some people do like
Get him, Bram.
for people to drink it.
Oh, there's the Light Fang. I think it's quite late.
For those bags too big.
Ends up selling the brand because, yeah, you don't actually want more attack on the poisonous. It's very redundant. So it's really just buffing the cleave.
Yep, it's either get a bunch of health on the poisonous or just turn that last spot into a buff slot. Kind of looking at the board there, I don't want to get rid of the 10-12 taunt poisonous, especially because, that's one that can have a divine shield attached to it as well. I think it's just the brand. He's done his time. Get some rest, brand.
Ooh,
Well done.
I like this poisonous pick from the Reform. I feel like the Faux Reaper is a little bit redundant here. It's just not big enough to get much done other than removing some shields. So I like the idea of the Spore, which is another good divine shield target. Going for Ghoul first, that's very reasonable against Ragnaros, I think, which you can expect to prioritize finding some shields.
Yeah, you also get, because you have the Baron, you get a double proc of this. So this takes out that golden poisons that Rag has. It kills your own Selfless Hero, which puts 2 divine shields on your minions as well heading into this. And because you have the Baron, it's going to stick on 2 more. So this is, that to me is like one of the prime uses of the Baron Selfless combos when you get that exact 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah, and you did get all of the good outcomes from the Baron procs. The Baron itself not eating up a shield. Great trade from the Wrathweaver, but that first Wrathweaver is just big enough, I think, that the Ragnaros still wins the combat.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Millhouse is taking over right now. Get to the end game, get cheap battle cries. I mean, it's like you get a 33% discount on all of the minions you buy.
Yeah, when you put it that way, Millhouse is great value. And this Reform still has 1 more demon play left in him. At this point, the difference between 4 and 2 health is non-existent.
I'm like, wait,
It's just whether he wants to give up the taunt or not.
A whole thing that I did not know. It's like, why compliment someone?
Yeah, that strong shell scavenger.
Do you want to end on that or the Myexna, though? I mean, it's, you're looking at 12, 14 across the board, or you're looking at a poisonous unit in play, or you're looking at just being gold efficient and hanging on. I actually don't know which is better.
I'm not sure
This
either.
actually depends on the size of opposing units.
Yeah, it's very scary because it's Ragnaros up next. Millhouse only has the one Divine Shield, so I'm on board for playing the Myexna here. I think the gold efficiency is probably not going to be a big deal by next turn. And the fact that that Tavern also had Nadina and he did have 2 Amalgadons is really big. So if the Millhouse can survive the next turn, he's going to get a lot stronger.
Gets rid of the taunt to ensure that the goal pops first on the other board. I have to see this fight.
Oh, it looks like he did sell something else to get the Nadina right now.
Nadina didn't proc.
Yeah, that's a disaster. But this Foe Reaper could get a lot done. Oh, no, that's like the worst hit.
Okay, trade poisons. Oh, the Divine Shield hits are just brutal right now.
Yeah, rip this Nadina, man.
Oh.
But still manages to get there off the back of the giant Annihilan Battlemaster. It's not enough to deal with the Ragnaros. Probably just take the Battlemaster. It buffs the crowd favorite. Oh, Jug.
Replacement Dina, too, so you get to move through that. Wow, This is a lot of buffs. That is some heavy excess.
And this is the power of Millhouse in the late game, despite not being the Dragon comp. Just off the back of the crowd favorite and finding the early Amalgadons, Millhouse leveraging their fast tempo to just level early and be the first pick on the Amalgadons is really, really big. Okay, the last demon played without Amalganis. The Rafam does not have any more room to buff the 3 minions in the middle. Oh, Golden Baron. You can afford it right now.
Do you want to afford it, though, or do you want the poison?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I think you just take the Myexna here. There's just not a good enough Discover, except another Myexna that justifies taking the Golden Baron.
I don't know if this is enough. Millhouse's board is just disgusting.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like enough. The Wrath Weavers are too small, right? Oh, and missing the Divine Shield.
That's a big hit right there, too.
Oh my gosh! Nadina dodged again?
Wow!
But the crowd favorite is still gonna tank the Myexna.
It's dead right there.
So, I don't know about the odds of that happening, but that is huge.
Wow. That's 2 fights in a row that Nadina did not proc at the start.
Yeah. Very unfortunate for the Millhouse to end up in 3rd there.
Big turn here. Golden Baron. Let's take a peek at that first. Maybe it's a better poisonous. It's not.
Wait, it's a demon! What are you doing? Amalgadon's a demon! Oh no! Not like this!
I completely forgot about that!
Yeah, so did he. Unless they were teammates at the end there? I'm not sure. Did he just do it for the memes? I'm not sure if they were teammates, but that was not the way you want to end the lobby.
Wow. Well, that was a pretty crazy first game. The Nadina, having to proc so early on, kind of giving you some show about how you can counter tech against Nadina. Like a small taunt that won't kill the Nadina. That's a way to tech against that particular card. That's why so many players I see, they stick a taunt on the Nadina. So in case player takes a card like that, your Nadina is still taunted up so it can still die in those situations. Obviously you have to find Defender Vargas for that. I digress. To me, the big surprise in that one is Galakrond dropping in 8th place. I know that's a hero that has some feast or famine potential to it, but that is a terrible way to start.
Right. I mean, most of the time it's feast, and very, very rarely do you actually hit the famine. But the crazy end to this lobby made me forget about Galakron going in 8th place. But it is just the first lobby of the day. We do have 8 total ones that we're gonna bring you guys. I'm gonna wait for confirmation on what exactly happened at the end there. I don't know if those last 2 players were teammates, but that is definitely a big oversight. I was talking about how there was only room to play 1 more demon at the previous round there, and he did play the Nathrazim. Amalgadon is not a card that you tend to think of as a demon, but unfortunately it is every single tribe.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a rough way to go if that was not intended. We'll get updated. We'll get word on that as well. As Gia said, we have 8 total games here to bring you today. So we had a lot more Battlegrounds that's still to be played. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, though, we're going to have our next round set up. We got 7 that are still coming, so stay tuned. WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We're in the qualifier here, where teams are competing for their chance at the main event, where $10,000 in prizes are up for grabs. And that's Emerald. I'm joined by Gia. And Gia, we just got done with our first game with a pretty anticlimactic finish, I would say, at the end.
I would say it's climactic, but not in the way you would necessarily want to see. I did not expect that whatsoever. Somebody just making a straight up blunder by playing a demon with only 2 health remaining, with 2 Wrathweavers on the board. We did get confirmation that they were not teammates, so it was definitely, I would say, a bit of nerves getting to them. This is, for a lot of these players, their first stream tournament for Battlegrounds, so I can definitely empathize with the nerves that come with playing for an audience for the first time.
Or just the excitement and the respect for someone who has delivered exactly what everyone always wants to see every single time I watch any chat and watch them play Battlegrounds, which just play a demo when they're at 2 and they got 2 Wrathweavers in play. Either way, we got 7 more games that are to be played here today. I'm very excited to see it. We also started with a Galakrond getting knocked out in 8th place. I've been playing a lot of Battlegrounds this week, getting in preparation for this, and in the last couple of patches, there have been some dramatic changes to the heroes that take place there. Galakrond was prior to this patch thought of to be, possibly the worst hero that was in Battlegrounds. Now it's possibly, arguably, the strongest hero that's here in Battlegrounds. And I know that you had mentioned some of the things that you're excited for. Has any of that lived up to expectations so far, or are you still looking to see something where the teams are working together? I know we saw a bit of that in game number 1.
Yeah, I think we did see the first glimpses of it, maybe not in the most dramatic fashion, because there are some teammates that, if you're under farm, you can have your teammate feed you something really strong, maybe even try and put their brand in front or something like that. Instead, we saw 2 teammates just trying to outlast other people in the lobby by making sure that they would not take any damage by selling their entire board off entirely, which is definitely dramatic. It didn't quite work out, but I like the sentiment behind that. We do now have a Ysera, which is not a hero I would gravitate towards picking immediately, but the fact that you get dragons very consistently means that it can hit triples.
Yep, that's a big one for me. Ysera is high on my radar right now. I actually liked Ysera a lot before, just because I like buying dragon cards. No Galakrond featured in this lobby. No Elise either, but still a lot of good top tier stuff. Alakir, always a hero that I personally very afraid of, just because they get to really kind of cheat with their minions and just create a different style of dynamic with the fight that's going on there. So much more about what they're doing first than it necessarily is about what you're able to do last.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Alakir, and on top of that, I also want to mention Maiev and Rafam as being the strongest heroes in this lobby. Maiev and Rafam I really like for their economy purposes, but like you said, the Alakir, when beasts are in the lobby, can really leverage the Macaw for some pretty disgusting combos, even if you have just a single spawn of N'Zoth that can carry your entire mid-game with the Macaw in there. And it can also leverage any single poisonous minion, giving it Divine Shield, Wind Fury if you put it on the left. And the Rafam did start off with the nice elemental economy, so I have high hopes for Alakir.
Kind of keeping an eye on George there as well. George is always a hero that I enjoy thinking about playing. And then after a couple of games of actually playing George, I always remember why I liked thinking about it instead of necessarily actually playing. It is down to 2 costs now on the George Divine Shield. But, with all the poisonous minions and stuff that have been added in as well with that one, George always feels like it can be a force. That's one to keep an eye on. If George is winning a lot, that's where things really get dangerous. If George isn't winning a lot, it's pretty much just same old story of George.
Right. I think George is a pretty decent pick when Murlocs are in the lobby, because you can pretty consistently get a board full of poison, but it's still Murlocs. It means that your mid game is still going to be heavily dependent on whether you find the Felfin Navigators, and later on whether you can find Bran. It does feel that the Alakir is facing off against a teammate, so he's not going to play very much against the Tess.
Yeah, very good dynamic there from teammates is to coordinate and make their boards as even as possible without costing themselves too much in the coming rounds. Yogg with a pretty strong start here as well. You don't always see Yogg in necessarily the strongest spots, but if not able to take damage and able to scale up levels, that is a very dangerous Yogg. So I have my eye here on this round, and wow.
Ooh. Oh, man.
With an extra token in play, too.
Yeah. I think you definitely get greedy with the triple here. I think he can shoot for potentially even a 5-drop with a Murloc start. There's a world where you just try and turbo out the brand. I think Yogg is a hero where at the beginning of Battlegrounds it was extremely strong, but now that there's a bunch of heroes that have really good tempo, wow, really? Doesn't even pick the war leader. I'm shocked.
I'm kind of interested in this play here. It's looking to me like just more triple potential, saying, you know what, I don't need to be getting greedy here. I need to be getting more powerful. Not getting the salty looter in playing time in this spot either. I wonder if they're like maybe coordinating something here. George looks like it's pretty trying to power level here as well. This is very interesting.
I'm extremely confused by this turn. If you know you're facing off against a teammate, I think that's even more reason to hold off on the triple and then just try and get better use out of it later on. And if it's not a teammate, then the salty looter gets played every single time. I'm baffled, but we will return to the Yogg a little bit later as Ysera has hit a dragon triple as she's very wont to do.
Yeah, my first... Jaime is certainly the most stats here available from any single one of these cards. I want to talk about Ysera just a little bit because this to me was one of the most drastic changes of a hero as well, was changing it to where each time the tavern refreshes, you see an extra dragon in there instead of just at the start of the turn. Your first tavern got the extra dragon. My first couple of games with Ysera, I kept trying to go for 5s and 6s and 5s and 6s on finding triples with dragons. What I eventually kind of learned was like, well, hey, wait a second. You just kind of get ahead of other players by getting more stats in play by tripling all these cards up. And I feel like that is really where I started to hit my stride and have success with Ysera. You had mentioned it a bit earlier. Has that been your experience at all?
It's interesting you mentioned that because I tend to fail with Ysera because I get greedy with the triples, but I am a player that really likes to shoot for endgame comps. I feel like if you don't end up hitting the Calibos with this, the triples very quickly become obsolete. Like on the Steward of Time, for example, it doesn't have any scaling potential. So I am unsure if this is going to work out in the long term, but for now, it's certainly the reason why the Ysera is managing to tie this. I feel like if Ysera goes for the early triples, you might not necessarily end on a dragon comp. You can just try and leverage those stats to tier to Tavern 5 pretty early and maybe try going for a Menagerie comp instead.
Yeah. That is often where I find myself when I play dragons, is instead I am just going whatever is available to me and +2/+2 with jugs.
Early Nomi. Sign me up for that. Unfortunately, no elemental on the board for now, but I think Alakir definitely has the time to try and build up here. Every single elemental is huge now.
The turn 6 Nomi. This is about a turn earlier than I would say you usually see it. Like on curve, quote unquote, is right at that 9 gold mark. Getting it here on 8 gold means I think that you're able to sit on Tavern 4 and just chain through elementals until you get large enough to really move up.
And by virtue of this being Alakir, a giant wildfire elemental is extremely scary as well on the far left. Might be too early to call this, but I'm already thinking Alakir is a runaway favorite for this lobby.
Wow. That is an early call, but it wouldn't surprise me. Nomi is one of the few units where it's just like you need to have it early, and if you don't have it early, it's far too late. Like as soon as it crosses that line of this isn't going to work anymore, Nomi's one of the worst buys you can make at that point.
You're going to take some pain here, but obviously the Nomi is still dependent on Bob giving you elementals, and we do see the test here hogging a lot of elementals from the pool, so sometimes the Alakir can come up short. Yeah. Shooting for a 5
here as well.
Test.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good to get some minions in play.
If she really wants, she could go for another triple with the water droplet. But it's
pitching away the 2 elementals. I think a lot of it just depends on how strong you get in this spot, right? Like, I would have to imagine in my mind when you're sitting here staring at these 2 elementals and that this is your board,
I didn't like that one either.
you have to be thinking like, maybe I'm strong enough to just go for it, but they're just going for another 5 here. I don't blame them. Tempo's
The problem
good.
with this play is it ends up on 6 minions, and the gold wasted feels pretty significant because they're not really able to buy anything better than a Spawn of N'Zoth. But the
Look at
double
this,
Captain
though.
Hogger and okay, Salty Looter on the next board with the free dealing Gambler. Tessa's just going Pirates now.
So that's a big part of the tripling up here is you know what your previous opponent was facing. That's the test hero power. You look at your opponent's previous warband as
Right.
available to buy from Bob. So if you know that there's a Salty Looter, you know that there's the extra gold sitting in that bucket. The Hoggers look a lot more appealing in that case.
That's a fair point. That first trade for Ysera was abysmal. I think Ysera was supposed to win this fight if that first attack had gone anywhere but the Cyclone. But now the Tess is able to start building up Salty Looters plus gold on the free dealing Gambler. I just want to stay and see this turn.
Yeah, same. I mean, Pirates, this is really where it's at.
You gotta go!
This is how-
Tess, you gotta go now! Take all the pirates, all of them! You could end on a level here too. I like that idea actually because it's gonna have so much gold extra.
If you find some pirates. Now, see,
Okay.
this is the issue I
Yeah.
usually run into with this is that it's at the end of the day, it's pirates. Like you gotta start eliminating players quickly, or things aren't gonna work.
It's true. The pirates don't scale well when people start getting poisoned. They lose to Murlocs with Poison Divine Shield, but
Another
when
Salty
you have,
Looter.
yeah, that's nuts. Do lose a bit of scaling potential. Yeah. I was wondering if he was going to get greedy and try to hold on to the gold grubber because he did have some golden minions, but I think this is absolutely the right decision. Just go for the most stats right now. Golden Salty Looter for next turn. Hello.
Now, reminder, it is pirates. You don't get any like Divine Shield tricks or poisonous or anything here. You know, no crazy death rivals are happening. Like it's the number, and that's it. Like you got to get huge, and you got to eliminate players with this. And the health of the lobby right now, players look like they're fairly healthy. I am not convinced that this pirate comp is going to be strong enough right now.
I think for now it is definitely going to clean up a lot of players. For the late game, though, I think it's very dependent on whether this George can survive because he has the shield set up. He is in the tavern tier where he can start looking for Toxfins and can already put together a comp that beats the pirates. But this is definitely the window for pirates to just clean up pretty much everything else before elementals can get too big, before dragons and beasts can come online, and just if there even is a beast comp by virtue of it spawning more minions, pirates get stronger every time they attack.
Another poisonous.
Looking for Toxfins.
Looking for triples as well. You know with
Yeah.
with Murlocs, a lot of times you need to find Bran, or otherwise it just feels so slow.
It's true. With George, you can kind of make it work on tier 4 if you hit the Toxfins, but they just have not been appearing. I can even see just a Bolvar pick here for tempo.
And Bolvar's looking good. It cost you a Divine Shield this turn, though.
The other play is, I think, just take the free dealing Gambler and play the Spore without Divine Shield, and then just have that gold locked up for the next turn. It just depends on how strong the George thinks he is right now, and I am hesitant to say this is good enough. Wow.
Passing the
skips
gold,
both
wants
of
the
them.
Divine Shield now.
Okay.
I mean, the
So
Divine
that-
Shield's worth a lot of gold right now. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Yeah. This
It
is,
is
I
it's
think,
an
the
important
best
decision to
tempo
think of.
play.
Love the momentum, friend.
Oh,
It
tempo's so
means that the
good.
George is very likely to give up the... Oh, when did Jandis get so big? Double Lil Rag this early? That's crazy.
Yeah, plus the Amalgadons, plus the Myax in there, plus there's a Bran.
Mm-hmm. George needs this poison to hit the Amalgadon. Oh no! Okay, he's gonna survive.
It's a nice tie there. But see, that to me is a big vote of confidence for the play that was just made here. is that spend the gold, put the Divine Shield on this poisonous minion. I just don't want to take too much damage. You get rewarded at the end. You fight an enormous board, and you go to a tie. 0 damage done. Alakir, meanwhile, this Nomi has started to make the board quite colossal.
Indeed. It's gonna face off against the Jandice though, and we did see that she had a poisonous as well as the Little Rags, but the rest of the board I think gets chewed up by what Alakir has to offer. Definitely looking for a triple on the Wildfire Elemental. Oh man, where are the elementals?
How many were played too? Like the Major Domo. You already have a Nomi in place, so that's kind of looking past that one. But the 1820, that one's a bit tough to pass. That's a pretty big upgrade.
Yeah, and I think Celemental and Refreshing are some of the best ones to get when you have Nomi because they're just economy. Did Jandice hit the Lil Rag triple? That was the double she had a while ago.
It was another triple. And when you're sitting in the Alakir seat here and you're looking at Jandice on a high life total, on a high tavern, hitting another triple like deep into the round, that's worrying.
It really is. I may have cursed this Alakir with the early call. It's definitely in the scariest place right now. One loss to Jandice could be straight up lethal just because all of her minions are such a high tavern tier.
4 Lil Rags!
Yeah, that's not pretty. I think it's lights out for Alakir.
4950! Like, what the heck? The brand!
It looks like every single triple that Jandice hit has just given her an option of Little Rag. On top of that, she had Amalgadon. That's crazy.
That is monstrous. That's like part of the thing with Jandice too, though, is as long as you don't have a golden unit, you can still shift that one back into the pool. So the Amalgadons, they can start getting crazy out of hand very quickly if you're able to just survive a couple turns. So often with Jandice, I find myself getting tunnel visioned on like this, I have this one board by buff, I have this one board by buff. It's the end game stuff that matters. These units that are super threatening to your opponent, that they're really tough to kill. Getting a couple of those is how you end up winning these games.
Nice work out there.
This one is just like an embarrassment of riches at this point, though.
Down a minion?
Yeah, at this point, Jandice has stats for days. I think in terms of endgame, the only thing she potentially has to be scared of is George if he hits the poison on all the Murlocs. And so I would like the idea of, another Little Rag, are you kidding me? And the Tavern Tempest. Looking for a Ghoul here and does actually hit it. Maybe doesn't need it this early because she's facing Ysera. Yeah, these minions are going to go in the realm of the hundreds by some point. The leftmost drag is a force.
Very good management, too. This is very good management on this side. It looks easier than it is. I can say that much.
Honestly, even if Jandice next turn just flips the non-poison Amalgadon and that's the whole turn, that's enough to win the game. Just because it's tier 6 and you're going to get 4 buffs off of Little Rag from it, plus the brand and the Amalgadon battle cry itself. It's just monstrous.
I mean, what died on this board? Like, the buff minion? Like...
the little plants. That's it. Another achievement. How do they do it?
A Fawn falling as well. I mean, this is a lobby where players have gotten very strong, and George is out, and that to me that might be the open door for Jandice. But that being said, Tess is still on high life total as well, and Tess is one of the strongest late game heroes because you can't just compromise your board so that Tess doesn't get a good roll. If Tess is on even par with you, and they get to untap with 10 gold and buy your whole board, that's just, it feels like it's game over sometimes.
Sometimes, but I don't know. We saw that Jandice deal 35. That Tess could get one-shotted. I think it's feasible. Let's check in on the test if we can and see what kind of board state they have. It is Pirates, and we did see a while ago that the Amalgadons on the Jandice, at least one of them had poison. So I don't think it's going to be good enough from this test.
I think it boils down to how much gets poisoned off, right? I don't know. The Lil Rags are buffing too. I mean, the Lil Rags have put the elementals like into higher scaling potential in this.
Yeah, if Janus's other Amalgadon has poison, I think Janus 100% wins. If not,
and look at that. Good scouting. Try to poison down those Amalgadons before something crazy happens. You need a good outcome, which means that you have to have these giant pirates connect with non-poisonous minions.
Yeah. Really good thinking to put the poison up. Yeah, Divine Shield poison up first.
Oh gosh.
This Jandis actually went for the triple Amalgadon. The madman! You almost never do that. Because it's better to have multiple poison Divine Shield minions. But I guess if you don't hit the poison on the other one, then it's completely justifiable.
Triples up the Lil Rag again. They're just too monstrous. The Amalgadon cycling through with the brand and all these Lil Rags. The minions are too big. By the time you kill the two poisonous minions, you still got 200 health to kill.
Yep. Nothing little about that rag. However, the test did survive, which is very good news because they're in a spot to take second place. The Mayav has absolutely zero chance against Jandis, I think, with only one poison minion.
Means you gotta get more then.
Yeah. This Bolvar and Protector are not doing very much of anything. I mean, even if you do get like 2 more poison minions here, is it enough? Doesn't hit another Tox Fin. Okay, there's a Primal Fin.
You just need so much. I mean, it's just because the rest of the minions are so big. Like this 50-47 Divine Shield is not taking care of just the elemental size that's presented. The
first Amalgadon has Wind Fury and Divine Shield, so there's a world where it snipes off a small minion with the Divine Shield and then gets sniped by a poison. That's the outcome that Mayav needs to win here. I think the odds are very, very slim, though. Yeah, and he does want to just get the buff on the Cyclone as well. Yep. Casual 136 Little Rag.
Yeah, this is about what I expected it to look like when I arrived on this end. Was you're going, okay, well if it's just everything's too big.
Yep.
It feels like everything on the other side has poison. Yeah.
They do. I mean, and they have basically infinite health as well. Not even the genie died.
Just massive hits. Oh yeah.
This Jandis just racking up more damage in one game than the rest of the lobby combined.
Yeah, I mean that's seriously what it feels like at this point too. With just a pair of Nadinas in hand, just in case something was going to go wrong in this one. Runaway game for Jandis.
Wow, Tess even lost to the Ghosts. That is very surprising to me there. I thought the Tess was going to be able to just sneak in second place by surviving that one big hit from Jandis, but it's not the case.
Yeah, mind you, the Ghost that was eliminated was, only 2/3 the size of Jandis, so, more colossal than the rest of the lobby. Is what it felt like in that instance. But that's how Battlegrounds go sometimes. Jandis is one of those heroes that, again, if you get tunnel visioned and you're kind of going down the wrong buff path, you're not really unlocking the true potential of it. Jandis, I think, thrives in that exact scenario where you saw it's Lil Rag with Amalgadon. You get to cycle the Amalgadon over and over to find all the ideal adapts. That is like the end of the game. That's exactly what you're looking for. Find the Divine Shield poisonous minions that are also colossal.
Mm-hmm. Jandis in the meta before this one was the very best hero just because there were pogos available and also just being able to get to Genie when it was tier 5 as fast as possible was just OP, and Jandis could very, very easily guarantee triples as long as there were token generators in the minion pool. To some extent, she can still do that, and if you hit an early Genie by being a bit more adventurous with the leveling later on, it can get wild, as we saw in that lobby play out. I do think, though, that on average, I still prefer Mayav.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. There's plenty more to be played here. You mentioned Genies, you mentioned finding all those triples. There's plenty more of that in store. We got 6 more games that are left to be shown here in this qualifiers. Players compete for their main event. Quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our third match of the day. We got our third match coming up for the WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and that's admirable. I'm joined by Gia, and Gia, we've had 2 stellar games so far where we have seen some magnificently large minions. I want to ask you a question. Do you prefer the tricks and the trades with all the Amalgadon stuff, or do you just prefer the raw stats?
I do think Amalgadon is an endgame win condition for basically any hero that can get to that point, so I definitely would lean towards anything with Poison, Divine Shield, and more than like 3 health to survive goals. So I'm on the Amalgadon train 100%.
Well, that's make a note of that here. Gia likes the cheaty cards. All right, with that, our third round as we get close into it, I want to see some underdogs come through in this one. You know, we've seen so far, it seems like heroes are really hitting their stride. But as we come into this lobby, I'm looking at Daryl. Now, Daryl's a hero that is very good at securing top 4, not so good at securing wins in this one. I want you to look at this lobby and tell me what's standing out to you right now. Who do you think's favored? Who do you think's the underdog?
True. Well, I see a Galakron, which, I mean, to be fair, it crashed and burned in the first lobby of the day, but I don't expect that to happen very often later on. Already, though, the Jandis is looking like they have a pretty good ability to just scale on the Wrathweaver by bouncing demons if they like. I'm not sure if that was worth a freeze, but it's just guaranteed a way to get through the mid-game pretty safe. It's not necessarily going to be the end game strat for Jandis.
A lot of players start with Wrathweavers as well. We caught 3 just in the early stage here alone.
Yeah, for Galakron, I think it's a great pick as well because you're obviously going to start leveling 1 minion, and that means that a lot of the time you end up buying tier 1 minions even when you're on tier 2. So if you're able to get a demon, even if it's understated for the tier, it can buff the Wrathweaver and give Galakron a way to stay on par with the opponents that way.
That's a good point. Going to be ticking that up, looking at Tavern 5 and Tavern 6 for when you finally seize that. Occasionally you seize outside of that. I'd say with a Wrathweaver, that Floating Watcher would probably pull my eye. That would probably take me away from looking at Tavern 5 or Tavern 6.
Yeah,
the hero
that's
power
probably the only. Yeah, that's the only one I think. For Galakron though, if you're able to get to tier 6 and still feel like you're not going to immediately lose the next combat, that's generally the strategy I like to take. Tier 5 minions that would change my mind include Light Fang, and just Light Fang actually, because even if you get Bran, I think it's too slow in terms of tempo on the turn you buy it, and you need a lot of other activators to really get the value out of the Bran, and by that point you would have been falling behind in combat.
Back to back to the harder heroes. However, Alec here just leveled up very quickly.
Okay, Jandis.
Ah, I can see why.
Yeah.
Goodness. That is... Don't want to buy these.
Yeah, that is very depressing. Rag putting together what board it can, just trying to make sure that they can scale evenly with the rest of the field. By the time they can activate the hero power is generally around 9 gold.
Yeah. See, now by contrast with Ragnaros, I feel like this is a hero where almost regardless of what I have on the 5 gold turn, I'm like, well, I gotta buy these. I just need to kill minions at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You settle for what Bob gives you. Okay, cats for Jandis means that there's triple potential here across 2 turns.
Yeah. I mean, you could, in theory, take a triple here. I'm not sure you want to, but you could.
Yeah, sell the rest of your board to do that.
It's full board here. Do you ship the cat in right now and freeze? You're not really giving up too much. If you're actually adding stats to your board.
If you do get the good outcome, then sure. Oh my goodness, look at this Mayav with the double triples lined up for next turn.
Did they miss the freeze? Wait, did they not? They had a Wrathweaver under the hero power. Maybe they don't want the extra one.
I don't know.
Wow, that's a tough spot.
Honestly, I was distracted by the fact that they were still on tier 1 at 6 gold.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting to me as well. I would say it's like 6 gold this has always been kind of a mandatory level up spot for me. Oh, wait a second. Did they get the double level thing here?
They could if they want.
So now you peak. And this gives you a strong tempo option now. You either get the Bronze Warden or you can commit to Soul Juggler. I imagine with no demons in play, it's probably the Bronze Warden.
Mm-hmm.
And then rolls through. This is kind of unique. I'm really interested to see where this goes because, you know, one of the things that I feel like I'm always looking at for this is just how do I get to Tavern 4? Or how do I get to Tavern 3 and then look for Tavern 4 when I have a triple for Wrathweaver? Like that is, finding Floating Watcher from Tavern 4 is really just, that's the payoff.
I would agree. I think it's probably just going to be another level next turn, but the fact that the Mayav waited for so long means that leveling anywhere past tier 4 is going to be very, very slow.
Keep up the momentum.
Pretty nice sequence turn there. Make sure you get all the buffs parsed out how you want them to. And against Darrow, who's biding their time, they started with a Wrathweaver. And that's often one of the builds that I find myself both happiest and most afraid of with Darrow.
Yeah, Wrathweaver is a good incidental card for Darrow because a lot of the time if you're going to dance on a couple minions, it means the rest of your board is very weak. But Wrathweaver is one of those minions that benefits from you naturally just cycling, buying demons, and selling them anyway to buff something with Divine Shield. So I do like that for Darrow.
Just look for Tavern 4.
Oh, that's not the right tier 4 demon. You take it anyway, but you're very sad it's not a floaty boy.
Yeah. Roll through here, try to find something nice. And start working on more triples.
Yep.
It's one of my favorite things about my ebb is you can kind of just hunt down some triple cards. And Galakrond's staring down. Yeah, I'd probably take it. I'm not ecstatic about it, but you know, Galakrond has managed to hang on at 37 health.
What?
With the
You're
board
not ecstatic.
so.
I'm ecstatic about this Goldrin. It looks really strong with this board, and it means that Galakrond now has a direction. From this point, you're looking for macaws, and the second you find that, you sell the Kindly Grandmother, and then the board looks extremely powerful.
Nice find here with a pair of death rattles as well. Yeah, I'm just not ecstatic about it because I just hate beasts. This comp just never
Oh,
works.
really? Okay.
Oh, I acknowledge that it's powerful. It just never works for me.
Okay, I understand. I guess I'm still nostalgic for the days when Goldrin was on Tier 5. I love that comp so much with the Macaw Baron. I mean, this is 8 gold. Galakron still has Goldrin on Tier 5, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, again, I acknowledge that it's powerful. I just have an extreme distaste for beasts.
Well, I hope you can buckle up and make sure you can get through this game because this Galakron is going to run away with it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty massive right now. You can set up another pair if you want to as well. It's actually pretty cool with the pair here of the beast. Is your minions are just so large because this early Goldrin that you're not really worried about the consequence that comes with this card. It's almost purely just a benefit at this point. I think the issue that they're looking at there is, do they try to chase down one pair or the other? Both of them, how are they taverning through? Because you still have to keep up with everybody else as well.
I kind of disagree. I think the beast has its downside is that it's a death rattle minion. So at some point you're gonna sell it off when you transition to the end game comp for a Goldrin, which is trying to isolate the Goldrin as the only death rattle on the board. So I'd be inclined to buy the hyena there if anything. I think because the Galakron has enough time, they don't have to take the tempo option of the beast.
Interesting. That's a good point. Jandis here, meanwhile, looks like the discoveries did not go super well.
Yeah. I'm also curious about the Metaltooth Leaper pick over the Replicating Menace, given that he still could have ended on a full 7 minion board, and you would just get more attack buff on the Mechanobot.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, Goldrin putting in some incredible work here.
Just so enormous. This is the other thing I like about the beast too, is when it lives in these early stages, you know, pretty much the only spot it does, you just get to deal extra damage.
Sure. Yeah.
I think I'm having trouble not going for both there personally, but the taverning is really important on the 9 gold. Making sure you're keeping up with everybody else. Soul Juggler's not quite enough here.
These are not the tokens you want with the Soul Juggler. Rag's still... Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a beating. Ragnaros did have the active Sulfuros though.
Yeah, that's the big deal. I don't think it necessarily had too many good targets for the buffs, but you'll take any buff you can just to stay in the lobby. Alakir with the double Macaws. I think that's actually more relevant for Galakron's game plan, is that 2 Macaws are out of the pool, and Galakron definitely wants to start looking for those.
Wow, this is tough. So it just got active during that fight. That's what happened to Sulfuros. Now you're staring at a number of Divine Shield options.
Yeah, I don't think he needs the Dragon on top of that, because there's already at least 2 minions that he wants to buff. Yeah, just taking the Demon here instead for the Soul Jugglers. I think that's a responsible option, and he holds onto the Cyclone for an eventual triple. If he had played the Cyclone here, it would be tough to decide what to sell on the next turn.
All right, this is a very important fight for Ragnaros. This is like the spot where you're hoping the game starts snowballing in your favor. Not a lot of buffs across the board, really. So you're hoping that this, extra stats that you get to stack under the Divine Shield is going to be enough to carry some stuff. That is a big taunt that's at the back, though. I am very worried when I look at this fight.
Yeah, that Molten Rock is looking scary. Also, the Wildfire Elemental can try and snipe off the Soul Jugglers. Okay, looks like only one more beast getting played anyway.
Oh gosh. Everything's just living and barely any health.
Okay, I think he survives
Nice
just
cut
barely.
Jandis.
But
They're out.
yeah, after Jandis taking a very, very dominant win last lobby, going down in 8th place, goes to show that even though stats do favor certain heroes, even Galakron can fail sometimes. Even Jandis can fail.
There's a lot of volatility.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. You're down a minion and up a goal.
Just
I don't know about playing that Imprisoner before going for the last rolls. I think there's some worlds where you end up selling it and buying a minion instead.
It's just tough. I mean, you're relying on jugglers to get the work done here, but everyone in the lobby, they're going tall on their minions. They're not having like lots of little tricks with divine shield resets and all that kind of stuff. Everyone's just getting big minions in play.
Right. It certainly feels like the window for juggler has closed.
Look at this. Second floating watcher. You're like, oh, I don't know which one of my good minions to sell off so I can get all these buffs.
Probably the dragon. Honestly, I think the other Wrathweaver is too small at this point, but the fact that it gives extra damage, which means it's multiplying the buffs on the floating watcher, I kind of like keeping that. It looks like he's going for max gold efficiency. It's greedy, but given that the Rag has been performing so poorly so far, and this positioning actually makes me think that they're teammates.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what's going on.
If that was the case, though, I don't think he should have played the floating watcher at all. Because the 26 Wrathweaver, it looks like it's just going to eat up this entire board. I don't know.
This is what it's looking like.
And that means it's potentially a team kill here. You hate to see it.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to potentially lose there sometimes, and it's too tough to do so. Like the Wrathweaver was just huge at that point. Like that to me is one of the dangers of having Ragnaros just as my hero. I love that hero. I love the way it plays through. But if I find myself in just any spot where I have one or two turns where I don't have a good fight, I feel like I just fizzle out and it just fails.
Yeah. Okay, Daryl has another dance target in the Drake available. Looks like the splash dance is gonna land on Khadgar. Not the worst thing ever. I think it's time to give up on the bomb triple dream here.
Yeah, I think I would tend to agree as well.
Oh no, too many buffs landing on Khadgar.
Still a pretty big turn here, though. This thing is getting massive. I've played a lot of Daryl. And this is always, like, one of my favorite things to see is, like, when you finally have that turn where you're like, this is it. I'm cashing in for this one big one here. So in this spot, you get to sell. You buy 7 gold. It's a roll and a buy.
Right.
Perfect
multiple left. Wow, he's actually going for maximum buffs here. Losing some gold efficiency, but you get more out of the Daryl buff. And now there's a Hydra in the tavern. Okay, I can get behind it.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. What you're saying to yourself is I'm playing against Galakrond. Galakron's likely to be huge. I just need as much as I can get this at this point. Like, I don't need efficiency. I just need to stay alive.
Okay. Galakron did find the Baron. However, these Divine Shields are pretty scary.
Look at that. Perfect size from the extra buff on that Bronze Warden as well.
Yeah, that is a good spot. It was such a huge deal here. And Galakron is dead for it.
That's eliminated.
I can't believe this. He had such an early Goldrin. I guess just failing to find Macaw at some point was such a huge deal.
Just classic Beast Comp. You think it's good and just doesn't work out.
It is good. It's just that Alakir has double Macaws stolen. I'm upset. See? He got the golden Macaw and the golden. This is the Beast Comp. This is the proper one. And my favorite thing with this comp is the Selfless Hero at the far end.
Yes, it protects you from that zap, just sniping off your Mama Bear or sniping off your Macaw or your Hydra.
Exactly. It also protects from a Cyclone because it has Divine Shield. It's just so perfect. The only problem here is that it's tough to improve upon the comp from this point. He's looking for Baron. Okay, double Hydra. You take that over the 7/7, I believe.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you're getting a lot of extra attack on these Hydras right now. So if Alakir is the first attack here, that's 2 activations of the Macaw, and that's plus 10 across the entire board.
Right.
Aside from the right.
dies itself, it's going to be plus 20/20 on the Hydras. It's unlikely that the Goldrin dies, though, I suppose.
Good here, though.
Woo! How can you not like this
I'm
comp?
sorry,
It's
it's
so
got Wind Fury as well. Plus 20 across the entire board. Excuse me.
Yeah. And
That's
that
not
is
fallen.
Maiev. Pretty impressive with the Golden Wrathweaver.
That was the late level too. That was the level 7 go to tavern, or the 7 gold go to tavern too.
Yeah, I've not seen that strategy very often with Maiev, but maybe he was deliberately just trying to go for early Golden Wrathweaver and try and win the game off the back of that. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to beat the Beast comp here, especially since after that Daryl has died, that's another Baron in the pool for the Beast comp to potentially find. Second Golden Wrathweaver, sign me up.
Going for a 6. Miss.
Yeah, probably just the Gas Coiler, I suppose. I think it's okay to sell Bran here.
Down a minion and up
Yeah.
a goal.
Yeah, it looks like Brand's kind of done his job at this point. You know, you're not too much left here to buff. I would say that all of your eggs are in this Wrathweaver basket, so trying to capitalize on that. It looks like with the Selfless here, you'd like to triple that and find maybe a Baron. That's kind of, you know, the max end game you get with this composition is like just trying to stick some Divine Shields on some big stuff. That's not really getting more fancy than that.
And because of that, I'm interested in selling the Nathrazim to hero power the Macaw, which has some synergy with the Selfless hero. It's plausible that the Maiev gets the triple on the Selfless hero because she already has the second one in the bank.
Oh, that's a good point.
She's gonna pass. The problem with Macaw Selfless as opposed to Baron Selfless is that you can trigger the Selfless on itself with the Macaw prop, whereas with Baron it's guaranteed to land on other minions instead.
So many players ended up on Wrathweaver this game.
Mm-hmm.
This is I'm surprised that so many of them succeeded.
Yeah, they probably just preyed on pretty much everyone else in the lobby, whereas Alakir has had time to build up to a true late game comp. And this is still without Baron, mind you. Golden Mama Bear, Hydra double. Alakir only gonna get bigger from here on out.
That could have been the reason to not bank the Macaw there as well. Just the fact that the game's not really lasting that much longer. You know, everyone's been getting hit for huge numbers, and you kind of have word of what everyone's composition is right now.
Yep. Okay, the poison I'd be interested in taking just to replace the dragon. I don't think the dragon is doing very much here at this point. It just has synergy with the Selfless heroes as well. But he has to get a very good next roll, ideally the triple on the Selfless.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Oh, the
my.
Hydra triple!
Oh my.
Who needs Baron? This is insane. Yeah, these are all garbage. Genie is unplayable. Or if it gets played, it gets sold. You don't want any other Death Rattles mucking up the consistency here. He has the double Goldrin too. On the off chance that there is a cleave on the other side, the second Goldrin goes on the far right. Love to see it. Oh, it's so late!
Yeah, I think this was wise though to relinquish both the buff slot and the Divine Shield minion you had. You just have to have something go fortunate here in order to win this round. I'm not even sure it's possible, to be quite frank with you, but if there's a way it's possible, it's going to be Divine Shields hitting your biggest things, then your biggest things getting to collide on your opposing side.
It's true. I think he needed more poison or the triple on the Selfless, but that is not going to be the case. Hydra going to make quick work of the best possible target.
Just barely lives too. To me, that's really the painful part of the whole thing, is the Hydra just barely stays alive, and that means it gets another big connection.
Actually just exact lethal there. It wasn't necessarily lethal for the demon player if they had sniped the Goldren instead of the Hydra, but I don't think the Demon player had very much leverage to improve their board from that state anyway. So the Alec here takes a very decisive win, and I'm sorry, Admirable, it was a beast comp.
Yeah, it was a beast comp. It was at least a natural beast comp, though. None of this, let me just, kind of run my way into it accidentally by moving up Tavern tiers and taking a peek at 6. Oh, look. There it is, a Goldren. You have to actually go through and find those ones. That being said, though, Galakron has not been getting the right follow-through. And that one, as you mentioned, you have to be able to find the Macaws in order to isolate that Goldren buff and truly cash in on what the beast comp is about. If you don't find that, it's not going to end up working. And that was really ultimately the downfall of Galakron in that lobby, with, again, another bottom 4 finish.
Yeah, it's very surprising. Galakron, probably one of our worst performing heroes with the sample size we've had for the day so far, but we are not at our halfway point yet, so I do still expect things to turn around for that hero in particular.
That's absolutely right. We got 5 more matches that are still to be played here for the WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's the qualifier here. They're playing for their shot at the main event next week, where $10,000 is up for grabs. Quick break, and when we come back, our 4th match is getting underway. We're approaching the halfway point here at WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's the qualifier as players are playing for their shot at the main event. Our 4th match is coming up. And Gia, we said it before the break, Galakron not been the strongest performing hero here so far in the qualifier, and you expect it to turn around. Is it happening this round, or are we going to have to wait for another?
Well, first we have to see if Galakron's even in the pool. But if it is in the pool, I'm going to put my faith in it. This is a hero where it definitely has huge payoff, but you can get very punished for getting too greedy. Let's say if you just tier at 5 and then pick a brand early on, but don't necessarily have the battle cries to actually benefit off of it. It means that you are only putting 2-4 stats on the board and you can die before anything good actually happens. Okay, Rafam is the pick for Andraste here. We also have our current standings. And it's Team Bob's Bounty Hunters that are in the lead right now. So that's Andraste and Jump Float.
Are you ready?
Exclamation point bracket in the chat where you can get a glimpse at what's been going on through the qualifier throughout the weekend. Something that looked a little bit tough to me was this pick in particular from this player here. They had a choice between Omu and from Rafam. And I talked to a lot of players this week about Battlegrounds and where their comfort zones are and what they think is more powerful. And honestly, this was one of the ones that I think I got the biggest division from, was the strength of Rafam. I had some players saying it's not as good as it used to be. I had some players saying Rafam's just as strong as it's ever been. I'm curious where your take is on this one, because I personally don't have a lot of success with Rafam. I do okay, but I don't have these big wins that I see from a lot of other players.
Yeah, I think my average win rate on Omu is higher than with Rafam, but I think there's several factors at play here that make Rafam a bit stronger. Number one is that this is a team format, so if you run into your teammate, you can curate what they give you with your Rafam hero power, which can be a very, very big deal. And another thing on top of that is Murlocs are in the lobby, and I think Murlocs with Rafam is a great way to go about it because almost everyone will pick the Murloc Tide Hunter when they can get it, which means that you are very likely to get more tokens and economy in the early game. And economy is what makes Rafam really strong, on top of being able to try and get early triples.
Sounds to me like context is everything. It feels to me like what I'm hearing.
Absolutely is. I think Omu on average, with every other variable, not held constant, would be a better pick, but I like the conditions for a Rafam game here. And given that this Rafam has not played the Tide Hunter here, the Rockpool Hunter, I think that Ysera was their teammate, and they still, like I said, managed to curate a pair here.
That's absolutely right. They're playing in teams of twos right now, so it's a 2v2v2v2 that's inside the lobby. Your placement in the lobby gives you a score, and then you total the team's score to see where you actually place in that 1 through 4 slot as you compete in this lobby. So that's a big factor in this one. I think that's actually one of the coolest things that is about the team play thing, is how it matches up and changes not only the heroes that you look at, but how you play the heroes that you're looking at. And coming into specific turns where, maybe even both of you have a weak tavern buy, and you're like, you know what, let's just both level up here. We're not taking any damage from it. We might take damage the next round because of it, but we're going to look at a better tavern because of it. I think it's one of the coolest things that's about the team format here for Battlegrounds.
Absolutely. The Ysera with the triple already in the bank here on the, gosh, I keep forgetting the name of this. Glyph Guardian is pretty interesting, but it's going to mean that Ysera is going to be a long way off from filling the board with 7 minions. And even though you have a tall minion, the value of minion quantity is very big in the early game, I would say, just to be able to let you attack first.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I tend to just kind of tempo through on them. When I've tried to get greedy with this, it hasn't really been working for me. I think that Ysera is probably, with the change that's been made, this is going to be one of the tougher heroes, I think, to find like that standard line that you take. For me personally, I am just kind of in favor of the tempo here. Try to find another dragon, and what I do with this dragon is then I'm like, okay, that's the Tavern 3 dragon then that I'm going to be looking for to try to get this done.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think if the Ysera had been offered some better tier 2 minions, there's an argument to be made for just going for buy everything but the triple, and then you go level triple this turn to try and get a tier 4 minion. But because the quality of the rest of the board was not great, I am in favor of the tempo, and Ysera can instead leverage the health total that they're saving here to go for the levels and try to get to the Razor Gores naturally instead of through triples.
Yeah. I think another cool thing about this too, talking about the Ysera strat a little bit more in depth, is that if you're winning these early rounds and you're not quite having the same end game scaling, one of the differences is I think that the rounds are going to be a lot closer with Ysera at the end of the game. Like even if you are failing to hit that big stride, you still tend to have a pretty big board in play. You just have a lot of triples and you have a lot of dragons in play. Sometimes you have a Razor Gore, wasn't there super early or whatever, but it's still pretty sizable. You're just not taking as much damage. That helps you outlast players that were failing to hit their stride as well.
Ooh, interesting. Skycap Crag is already going for the cash out of the piggy bank to be able to get the pair, and also the very flexible minion of the free dealing Gambler. This is a high tempo play. Generally with Sky Captain Crag, if you are feeling confident about your early game, I think it's most common to cash out on the turn that you level to tier 5. So you can immediately start digging on tier 5 and get first dibs on something like Light Fang or Bran. But in this case where the Crag has been losing combat after combat, I think it's perfectly justifiable to use it for tempo here.
Yeah, you also get the extra 3 gold in the bank from that pirate that's on the right side, that 3/3. Banking up that extra 3 gold, you're not getting like a dividend payment, so to speak, but you are looking a lot stronger. When you're at 29 already, this is potentially 2 hits once people get to Tavern 4 until you're gone. I think you have to pay attention to that and pay wise to it. And I think they have here, and that I think likely is going to keep them in the game.
Yeah, such a huge deal here. No way the Crag would have won this combat without going for a wider board. So
you just beat the Lich King.
Yeah, that's huge. Lich King, one of the best tempo heroes in the early game. Ooh.
Millhouse.
I think you just buy every pair here because you're Millhouse and the amount of gold you lose is very small. Actually, it's probably a level turn, isn't it?
You do need to keep up on levels, but like, I don't really want to get rid of anything here.
I think it's fine to give up on the Tidehunter pair. It looks very quickly like it's losing steam here.
Rockpool, maybe? Okay, I just give up on the 2-1s, get some better stuff in play. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I like this a lot. He still ends up with 3 pairs, and he gives up on the weakest pair while managing to fit in the level. And it's crucial that he's at tier 4 now, because second he hits a triple, you can try and hit the brand, and he does have a good amount of Murlocs to try and do that. Although Murlocs with Millhouse is not necessarily the best way to go with Millhouse.
Yeah, I tend to be like a menagerie hybrid when I go this route. But this definitely is a lot stronger. Like, you just increase the overall health you have on your minions. You still kept 3 pair. You're still losing this round, but, you know, by golly, that's kind of how it works when you got 3, I'd say, medium pairs in play at this point. But now they're on Tavern 4, so you're looking at also Primal Fin being able to be rolled in this spot. There's the first triple.
Yeah, we're taking that. And I think evaluate after the Discover what the rest of the turn will be. There's room to take yet another pair with the N'Zoth spawn.
Yeah, I imagine the Discover really influences whether or not you want this pair, right? Kind of like the worse your card is, the more likely you are to go that route.
The Hogger is huge too. It means pirates are free because they cost 2 to begin with, and now they refund you 1.
This is tough. I don't, not liking those.
Yeah, oh, this is not what you want to see after taking Captain Hogger.
Yeah, those are good if you have a bunch of Divine Shield stuff, but not when you don't.
The Hungry Dragons are not winning, I think, but you can't sell them.
Rafam with an Amalgadon that they're staring at this turn.
Yep. Lands the poison, Divine Shield, health. That's probably the best 3 combination buff you can get.
That is insane. Elise is not looking too shabby either. 2 Mirazons, Bran.
Yeah, far from it. I'm not sure if this Pagel should have been so far down on the arrangement. Maybe the Rafam didn't have time at the end there. But yeah, it's very unlikely to get value by that point.
Look at that, though. Still big enough to win.
Power of Amalgadon. I'm not the only one that likes the cheaty minions, Admirable. Everyone does.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Okay, there's a Salty Looter. Oh wait, no, this isn't Millhouse.
This is George.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to go this direction. I will say that Pirates with George, I do feel like this is... Like, George can always change the game because of the Divine Shield mechanism. You have to hit your stride. That's the one thing your hero power is not helping you do, is help you secure a position or a life total at all.
It's just too little, too late. These minions are tiny for the stage of the
just
game.
6 gold over here on the left.
Okay.
So that's a big chain that you still get to keep moving there.
What he really needs is the strong arm to top off the end of the turn, I think.
Ooh.
Okay, well, settle for the rips now, Captain.
That.
Good tactical choice.
Yeah, I don't know about the Bolvar pick. I don't necessarily think he had room, but looks like he is just going to sell off one of the pirates. I think that is very reasonable here. Really looking for tempo at this point in the game.
When you Divine Shield,
Yeah.
it's got to be just your biggest minion at this point, right?
Agreed. Leftmost minion.
Trying to find something to freeze. Nothing here. And hope to stay alive. This is a big fight.
I'm
I think
rooting
it's
for
the most
George.
intense fight. Yeah, I am too. I really am.
I'm rooting for him to get the achievement where you win a game from 1 health. And it looks like the Sky Captain Crown has actually looked very weak for this turn. I'm surprised. Last time we checked in, it felt like he had a lot wider of a board. So for him to end the turn on less than 7 minions is disastrous.
Yeah, that is a
lethal?
major difference.
This is lethal, right?
24?
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh!
That to me is one of the biggest impacts of Bolvar, is the fact that when it lives, you also deal a lot of damage.
Above the pressure.
And that means that Breakout is out of the tournament. He is Crag, and his tournament is Love Scream on the George. It looks like that was actually a team fight there. Huh. So something went wrong in their calculations for one of their teammates to get knocked out from that high of an HP point.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really unfortunate calculation.
Oh, Caligos!
Alagos.
On Millhouse. This is the dream.
The fate of the world hangs
Currently only 3 dragons, but that could change very soon.
I imagine Hogger's biting the dust here. Yeah, that gives you free battle cries here.
Yeah,
didn't like that one either. Here's a goal.
look at the value. And I actually think you just bank that buy. Yeah, no need to refresh here, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Really? Why though?
Oh, because you still get the... Wait, yeah, it actually is. I'm kind of curious why.
Yeah, I mean, you can eventually get one more battle cry buff, but he didn't even end up selling and going to 6 minions. I think that was pretty inefficient for Millhouse.
Well, Elise hasn't really made too much progress. They've added an Amalgadon to the board, which obviously is quite powerful. And the Genie as well. Genie shows up with a rag on that side too, but just, very little stats from Elise's side. Like a lot of utility, a lot of strong potential here, but just not a ton of stats, and Divine Shield really carrying that. George, no!
No! You are the chosen one, George. But the Millhouse actually bit the dust there as well. I was gonna say the trades at the end there were looking very, very sketchy. I didn't think it was gonna end up that bad, but that's unfortunate. Turn after Millhouse gets the Caligos train going.
Can we see that Ysera's point of view again? There was a golden Murazond that was on that
Yeah.
side. Oh my gosh, that is massive!
Yup. It means you discover golden versions of something
Oh my
from your opponent.
gosh.
I've never seen... Okay, Golden Adina isn't actually that good. You can't give things Divine Shield twice, but by virtue of being able to discover another Tavern 6 minion, it's insane.
Rock Dragon. So you play the Nadina here, you take another look.
Finally, the
Caligos.
Caligos shows up. That is all the Ysera was looking for.
The world hangs in
Did he even sell here? The 2/4? But then you kind of want that for proccing Divine Shields.
You don't necessarily need the 2-1s anymore because you have the Nadina.
Here's a gold for the trouble.
It's true. There's a world where you have the Bronze Warden as the...
What? One roll for the adapt and they hit poison.
That's some talent right there, I gotta tell you.
Way ahead.
Misses the refresh at the very end there. It was a very complicated turn, to be fair. Oh, that is RIP for the Lich King.
Yeah, that is a lot that just happened. Ysera's still at 40 health.
I think this could be a perfect game for Ysera. Flawless victory on the horizon.
Galakron having a rough... That's another golden Murazon on Elise's side.
They've just hogged them all out of the pool. I don't even get to see one golden Murazon in my games, and this game gets 2.
They're raging out there.
Yeah, earlier today I only had a game where I had like 15 golden Murazons.
You're good at
I posted
Oh
the
my
screenshot
God.
on Twitter. It's crazy looking. Golden Rag!
Golden Little Rag, hello! These lobbies have been insane. Another... Okay. Alright. I think the Murazon gets sold now, actually.
get some minions in play.
Do you need it anymore?
Minion and up a gold.
The Nadina gets sold.
That's fair. I mean, the only dragon already has Divine Shield. I'm down for that.
Yeah, you just need to chain elementals together here, right? Like that.
A good tactical choice.
You have a golden rag and a normal one. Like you just got to get those chained together at this point. That's your ticket out.
Okay, maybe I need to take back my words about the perfect game for Ysera here. The Amalgadon for Elise could snipe some of Ysera's most powerful dragons before Nadina even gets to go off. Depends on who attacks first here.
Oh, I've dealt with a league of evil. Terrible people. But good tippers.
For Elise, every single elemental bot is just so much stats added to the board, so the scaling is already spoken for, even without the Light Fang.
Yeah, the Light Fang is just like, I'll end on this one. Nothing really else to do with my 0 gold.
Okay, let's
Attack
see who
on
gets
6.
first attack. Okay, the taunt at the end there is very relevant.
Wow,
Okay,
that's huge.
it is so big.
It's 3 Divine Shields cracked, though. Malgadon's trading now. Oh, that's not a Wind Fury one, excuse me. That's even better for you, Sarah, at this point, I think.
That's true. Getting all the good
Oh.
trades. Ysera is scraping by with this one.
That is a lot of damage being poured on, too. Galakron secures a top 4, though.
Not bad at all.
At least
And
down
that
to just
means-
3.
Work out. Keep up the pressure.
This board is
Okay.
enormous.
What gets sold? The 2-3 on the far right. I think we're looking for Defender of Argus as the premier option for Ysera right now.
Grabbing the 4/4 because that one's cheaper gold. It's a team battle here, is what I'm guessing.
Yes, that's correct. Ysera is Jump Float, and Rafam is Andratsu, and they're currently the leading team, already guaranteed at least 3rd place for either of them. So it definitely looks like they're in a great spot to win the entire lobby. Finds the Argus, so next turn Ysera is going to get even stronger. The honorable Ysera giving up possibly their perfect win achievement in order for their teammate to survive.
Attempting to. Attempting to give no way. You can still just hit the Nadina.
It's true.
Do you dare taunt up non-Nadina?
Yeah, I like the idea of taunting just the Bronze Warden. So you can kind of position it where, like, sometimes the Bronze Warden soaks the first hit, and then you go Nadina and everything gets Divine Shield.
Nothing scares me.
Wow, our farm is strong too. I'm going to be curious to see how well they've organized this fight, because that's exactly what it looks like to me, is that they're trying to just get something done.
I think it was pretty badly organized if your first poison hit goes into the 2-3. I don't think he was supposed to lead Bran there. It's probably lead Nadina if you know your opponent has only the one small taunt. Because the goal here is just for Bran to survive, right? So it should be... for Rafam to survive. And he did, to be fair, but I think you would rather spread the damage.
Yeah, Lisa's looking quite scary.
Rafam has what
Little
it
bit of cash
takes to
saved up.
possibly beat that though, with a bunch of poison.
Minions really pulled their weight.
Oh my!
Big or go home, I always say.
Yeah, these elementals are going to unreachable heights. What the Elise needs to be looking for here, in my opinion, is more ways to put Divine Shields on the huge minions. Maximum greed, too, not giving up on the other genie. I think I would have sold the left genie instead of the bigger minion on the far right there.
There's a lot going into this fight. You keep buying the battle cries, you're just searching for specific. At a certain point, there's no more specific really to be had, so just start jamming stuff and play.
Yep, he has one more roll and buy here if he wants.
think they're going for triples. You get so many numbers by stacking up the genies. Because the lower ranks, too. I don't really blame him.
I want to go for the roll and buy. He has 3 more things he can sell, plus the 6/6, so that's a roll. And you just get so much more stats by playing all of these.
Could just be confidence and assessment too. You know, like if you feel like you have a good grasp of the understanding of what your opponent's board looks like, you go, you know what, I'm not going to win this lobby without taking some risk at some point. I could see it. Okay. The other thing too is if you end up pitching away and selling, you're going into 5 minions on the Discover from the triple, which means that the minion you get from that would put you at 6 minions.
Oh man, the health on that Amalgadon is so scary.
Mega Wind Fury doing some work there, though. That's a big one, picking off that shield.
Yeah. That was the best possible selfless hero. Picked off a shield and gave the best possible minion shield at the end there. These 1/1s, not sniping off the shield on the 2447. Okay, that one did the job though. Looks like we're ending on a tie here.
No, it's not. It's 2 poisons. The Amalgadon lives.
Oh, wow. Yeah, too much health on the Amalgadon there at the end. And so you have to think, if you at least had a little bit more stats there, maybe it could have ended on a tie.
No way. Hang on. Another golden Murazond.
I'm in shock. Didn't even have room to play one of the battle cries.
This is insane!
Oh, Caligos! Okay.
Come on. No.
Wow.
Still 5 gold to work with here.
Yeah, so 2 battle cries to be bought, and he can end on Caligos. Actually, these 2 are teammates, so it actually straight up doesn't matter at this point. But I think Ysera wants the perfect win for their pride here.
I know I would.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
This all started with the tempo on 6 gold as well. Buying that triple from the Glyph Guardian and just putting the extra minion in play.
That is true. Ysera sacrificed quantity for quality of minions, and that just meant that they're able to already have an early minion in their endgame comp by that 6 gold turn. And you can see it right there. It's the Glyph Guardian that's been there this entire time.
Fom just quits it out. Says, you take the wheel here, KT. I don't want any part of this.
It's guaranteeing that Ysera gets their 40 health win. That's a great teammate right there, giving your opponent an achievement while you're winning a tournament.
Bravo. Bravo.
It actually still... Ysera actually still lost. Never mind. Rafam supposed to sell their entire board for Ysera to get the achievement.
Oh, I think you're right, actually. First place! I'll take it either way. That is a fantastic finish there. And part of that also happens with the way they organized early on. You know, with teammates there. When they bought the extra minions, Rafam just didn't put the extra one in play. Just simply stole away the rock pool and said, hang on, we're playing each other. Let's not put our stuff in play really quickly. Let's just communicate this and get this mapped out. Just to save a couple extra points of life. You know, stuff like that can really make a difference as well. Every little thing there matters.
Communication is so key here, just to be able to survive as many rounds as possible. We've seen that it hasn't worked out perfectly for every single team, but that's to be expected when we have an open field and people are trying their luck for the first time. However, I've been very impressed from what I've seen from Jump Float and Andraste. I think with that top 2 finish on top of them already being leading as of 2 lobbies ago, I think they're absolutely cemented to make it through to the next round. We're waiting on confirmation on who the other team from their group that makes it through is, though.
Yeah, we've got some other games going on as we are halfway point now here for the WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We got a lot to set up, and that means we're going to have 4 more matches still to take place here for this qualifier event. So we're going to a break as players get the rounds wrapped up, and we get that 5th match set up to get underway. So we're going to a break, and when we come back, we'll have our 5th match set up for y'all. 4 matches in the books, which means that we have 4 more left to go. It's WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. This is the qualifier right now. They are playing for their shot at the main event. That's Admirable, and I'm joined by Gia. Gia, I think we've seen some pretty fantastic games so far. What have you thought of the gameplay so far?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think in that last lobby, we saw a dominant performance from 2 teammates who were the runaway favorites for winning that group even when we were at the halfway point. And I think it very much showed in their teamwork. We got to see the power of Rafam when you're playing in a team tournament, which is exactly what I was looking forward to. I think I still have Barov on my wish list as one of the heroes that I want to see perform better in this tournament than you might necessarily see on ladder.
Yeah, I think that's really a big point to talk about there. The players are playing in teams of 2. We had over 500 players competing in this event. So in each single lobby, we have 4 teams that are competing. They total up their score based on their placement in the lobby, and the team with the highest score is what determine where their placement is right after that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this goes into. I think Barov is really one of the big keys you mentioned. You know, I think just in general, the heroes really change when you take into that dynamic of sometimes you will be queuing into somebody who you're actually not competing against, you are competing with. And so it gives you a big incentive to try and manipulate one turn to see how much momentum you can gain because of that. You know, perhaps you can give a weaker teammate a free pass, or perhaps you can just feed into your strongest player and hope that they can get some really big carry potential in there. Barov is an interesting one that you mentioned because of how you can communicate with your teammate. If your teammate knows that they have a favorable matchup versus an opponent, they can feed you that information that can help you make an accurate pick and give you a big gold boost leading into a game. Yeah. So here we go into the halfway point now as the 5th game gets underway.
Information is a huge deal now that we're in the round of 16. And this time I do recognize one name in this group of 8, and that's Bear, who is a streamer. And I actually thought that she would maybe be one of the invites for the top 8 that we're going to see later on in the tournament. But glad to see that she's making headway and just qualifying there on her own. We have a Silas Darkmoon picked by Weist, which is a hero that I rate pretty low, actually. So I'm very surprised to see this.
I feel like Silas is an interesting hero to me. One of the things that I had to learn the difficult way is that the tickets do not necessarily remain in the tavern. The other thing I learned that was very difficult about this is that you get a strong sense of power if you're able to accumulate some tickets pretty early on. It doesn't necessarily hold weight once you start approaching, I'd say like turn 9 or 10 when players really hit their stride. You could have a false sense of security. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the Silas can actually catapult them in the mid game and seeing if they can capitalize on that later on.
Right. I actually like to compare Silas to Yogg in the way that the power of the hero power drops off, where Yogg in the beginning, the 1+1/+1 stat buff you get is really big for giving you additional combat. For Silas, if you just buy all the minions with the tickets and get a free minion, that's kind of value already, even if you don't necessarily have a high quality of minions, because the early game, in my opinion, is very much a rush to just get to 7 minions quickest and leverage that into leveling faster than the rest of the field. When it gets to the point where you have to buy very mediocre tickets when you're around Tavern 5, to actually even get the Discover option, though, it doesn't feel worth it.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. A lot better when it's you're able to tack it onto a buff, per se.
Yeah. Very happy to see that there is a Barov in the lobby, though, so I'm already getting my wish. There's also a Test here and a Rafam, so all of the heroes that can benefit from collaboration are present.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see about this, too. Also, perhaps a George redemption in the works here as well. Been looking forward to seeing George doing good, but we haven't seen it quite yet. It's been close. It's been close, but not quite there.
Could definitely be on our hands. Barov has so much economy available here. This could be a level. It could be buy the deck swabby. It could even be refresh and buy a better minion after the refresh. But at this point, I definitely like just holding on to the coins for Barov and using that to level a bit earlier than usual. It's a tough prediction to make without having seen both the boards of George and Reno, but we're in that sweet spot where you can pretty easily make predictions.
Yeah, pretty tough choice in the early game. I never know who to pick when I'm on Barov in the early game. I'm like, well, either one of these players could have found something good. We really have to pay attention to each stage of the game when you look at your opponent's minions and you can see what they have. Knowing the players who had tokens at the start is such a big difference in knowing who to pick with Baron early on.
Yeah, on the 4 gold turn, it's pretty easy to determine, but 5 gold things could change. And generally, as Barov, you're hoping that there's actually like an Alec hero or a Lich King in the field, because you can almost always place your chips on them and just rely on their tempo hero power to win the combat. But we don't necessarily have a hero like that in this lobby.
2 heroes finding gold minions as well, Tess and Jandis.
Tess can maybe leverage the cursed Hank here. I was gonna say, I think this is tons of stats for 6 gold, and it's pretty reasonable to get to win. Also freezing yet another triple in the tavern. Tess could be well on her way to just trying to squeeze out as much triple value as possible.
Wow, that is a pretty massive start for Tess. It's pretty unusual that you actually end up finding yourself buying tokens, but if you can just get strong enough for it, like in this case, having the pack leader to go along with these tokens, it really changes the way that you look at them. You know, normally you would look at those, they lose around here too. Normally you look at those tokens and you're like, these are terrible, but when you have a pack leader in place, suddenly you're looking at 3-1s instead of 1-1s.
Right, it's a big deal that the Tess lost there. The Hungry Dragon is a snowball effect for sure. The second it loses one combat, it feels like you're already not getting your investment's worth. But Reno here, cashing in the hero power very early on is definitely a valid strategy to go about it. It means that he'll have a very, very strong Wrath Fever, which can carry him throughout the entire mid-game, and then just try and hit something like Lightfang or Floating Watcher, depending on what shows up in the near future.
Yeah, I personally have had the most success with Reno when I'm able to use my hero power earlier. When I'm forced into a spot where I feel like I have to discover something and try to use it there, I feel like I'm not necessarily doing super well in those instances. And here with George versus Jandis, it looks like these two players are trying to collaborate on something here. Not really much reason to hold a minion in your hand.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. We do have George is Jeef, I believe, who is not Papa Bear's teammate, if I'm looking at this correctly. So I'm not actually sure what happened here.
Well, close round. Kind of scary with George potentially being on elementals early as well. They've already cashed in a Divine Shield onto the Molt Rock. Like, elementals and Divine Shield, that can get really scary.
Sorry, my bad. I looked at the graphic again, and I just confused George for Barov. They were indeed teammates, and that is why George was holding on to the Saucy Captain there. And Galakron with available Imp Mama, I think that's an insta-buy.
Well, that is the second 6 that they have rolled into now. So they used their roll this turn to replace the 6 that they had there previously, which they didn't want. And still at 40 health, like, this is very unusual for a Galakron to be this strong without having taken the big cash-in yet. But I think that you're right, that like Imp Mama is a very different force early on, where it can just absolutely clobber players at this stage of the game. Like, you're looking at summoning, more 5 and 6 star units and just being able to deliver someone, 15 to 20 damage. We're talking, this is the 6th turn of the game right now.
Yeah, it's insane. It's such a huge tempo option, and it does appear that Blurby is facing off against teammate Jeef, and that is why they are not playing the Imp Mama.
Yep, big reason to collaborate there. Also, like, incentive to cash in the Imp Mama now as well, where you're like, well, I get to sell off some of my boards so that way we can, fix this into perhaps a closer fight together. And I'll just slam this and play with them.
Almost perfectly engineered. It came down to a 50-50 there, whether there would be a tie or not. It's pretty well engineered from both sides. You love to see that.
Well, not much here to be buying.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Barop, though,
leveled all the way to 5 off the back of all those extra coins that he's been betting on. Wow, these are some premium cards to get. Is it ever the Pagel here? it's kind of hard to position it because you do want the spawns to go first, but the farther back you put the Pagel, the less likely you are to be able to get value off of it.
Yeah, this is right here on the 9 gold turn. This is like the first opportunity for players to hit a big moment. Where you tavern to 4, if you find a triple right there, you could have a big 5 and things could start snowballing out of control. I think this right here is probably the one spot where the Pagel could probably cheat its way back a little bit. You still get to cash in on the spawns and have something happen. But it looks like they're eyeing something else as well. Like you still have 2 1/1s sitting here, which aren't very powerful. What's the biggest you could make this board and really benefit from it?
Yeah, actually, there is not that much more stats you can get than the Pagel. I don't think Wildfire Elemental cuts it here. The high main is probably not going to end up in a final comp anyway, so it looks like they are just taking Pagel for the most front-loaded attack damage. What I'm curious about is that they kept both the cats, prioritized holding on to the pairs because they feel strong enough that they don't need all the stats, which I am, not necessarily in agreement with.
Well, they got a faded juggle, don't get it.
Oh, of course the Pagel doesn't get to go off. It was too far back. Oh, Genie though, what? Okay, that's the card generation you asked for in a roundabout way.
No! Come on, you 4/1. Attack the Soul Juggler. Alright, bear off. Let's see if they get the cash in.
They're on tier 5 now, so there's gotta be a lot of room for something impactful. You're talking looking for triples, looking for Baron potentially with the spawns and the gas coiler. Wow, it's just another level straight up. Very brave.
I don't blame them. I mean, again, they have the 2 alley cats sitting there that represent 2 gold. They have the 4 coins in hand. See if you can find something on Tavern 6 that really matters here. And I think that my X is probably going to be good enough to at least settle for this in this spot.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because he did buy the jug, but there were 2 pirates. He definitely would have rather buffed the Pagel instead of the Deck Swabby. So it doesn't work out perfectly here. I expect the Swabby's just going to bite the dust next turn anyway.
I'll be curious to see how this goes. This is like a really crucial fight here, too. You're fighting against Reno, who's in the top spot right now. My guess is that with Reno having the Wrathweaver golded out, that they wouldn't be hitting too hard, but, now I'm staring at an It Mama here as well. Like, it's pretty tough for Reno to outright lose the fight, I'd say, at this particular turn. Next turn, I'd say, is when that window's going to open. And it really comes down to how much, extra that this It Mama can tack on.
It also depends on where the Wrathweaver goes. The Mayaxna is looking very scary, ready to eat up that Wrathweaver at a moment's notice. Okay, but the Wrathweaver is going to take some VTs first. Gas Coiler also an X Factor. That's a huge snipe there. And it looks like...
All right, bad summon.
Going to take... Oh, boat! Oh, no! That's so much damage!
It was so imagine if the boat pops though. Like that could have been a little bit worse in all frankness. Like you look at 13, that's a terrible turn, but like it could have been worse. Boat is such a scary option. I'd say like really at this stage of the game where players they don't have everything quite set yet. They have like a couple of okay minions, and then like your 1 or 2 really good ones, and the rest of them are kind of just filler for now. The boat can absolutely crush somebody in that spot.
Galacron on the Beast comp with the Baron in hand, with the ever-important selfless righteous protector for the taunt slot. Just looking for better usage of beasts here. Party Elemental and the Captain getting sold here. I'm not sure if you're meant to settle for a Hyena. I don't think you would. I want to roll again.
I think I'd roll here as well. Like the difference between... It's like the difference between like a 10-10, 12-12 Hyena and the It Mama. It's, the Hyena is definitely going away next turn, but you're at 13 health. You're staring against the top seeded player right now. I think that min-maxing is potentially wise.
That feels bad. I mean, obviously, he did take the immediate more stats by going Hyena, but misses out on the Mama Bear buy because of it. And at this point, I'm not sure if you even freeze for the Mama Bear because I think it's a greater priority to find more macaws instead.
Everyone's gunning for him.
Yeah, just to gold out the macaw and make sure that you have the Goldrins cranking out as many stats as possible.
Right.
Tess just now
Crank
getting
out.
set up to a different direction as well.
I
Big
mean,
bind off
with
the
this
Genie.
many pieces, the Tess, I think, has potential to just rip Galakron's comp from it because there's a Mama Bear on there already. So on the next turn alone, Tess could buy Goldrin, Baron, and the Hydra and sell some things, buy the Macaw as well, and just full transition to Beasts.
That is a really excellent point you make here. They're taking a huge shot on this one, and how long will it take you to get set up versus the other way? I mean, you're down to basically one hit left. Once
Oh,
you're
I
done
want to
life-
stay on the Tess. I want to see what they do because
Yeah,
it's a
I'll
big
be curious
commitment
about
to make
this.
the full transition, but I don't think this comp is doing them very many favors. And they can keep the Gar as the taunt minion and get rid of their Genie as well.
Maybe you want the Genie for the extra gold.
But you can't keep a Death Rattle other than the Goldrin if you're doing that.
Okay, there's
Looks
another
like-
Cave Hydra here as well.
It's too late though. They're taking elementals. They gave up on the Beast transition,
Yeah.
which I can respect, but I'm just such a fan of Beast. Just feels like this party elemental is not adding very much. It's just a couple bit of extra health tacked onto the Gar,
Wow, there's,
giving up on
Uh,
together.
there's
Full
another
elemental.
macaw here as well.
Yeah. Oh, opportunities.
That is an interesting spot. Like I'm actually curious how this, how that would have panned out on the other side. 'Cause you make an excellent point. You roll their entire board, and with the stuff you have in play, you can just you immediately go right over to it. And you already had a Mama Bear in play, so all your stuff gets buffed as well. That was a very good spot.
I mean, there's an argument that it might not be good enough for the current board, but all of the beasts would be at minimum like 12 attack if you went for that.
And they would have queued into a Barov, who's also on
And-
Beasts.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh man, hindsight is 2020.
They're not going to live past this round.
They are absolutely not. My Exynas are too huge, and the Gas Coiler as well. 24 damage slamming down on the Tess, and that is just going to be a what-if scenario that's going to live in my head rent-free for the next few hours.
George on the verge of dying here as well, manages to take out the Battlemaster. And that 9 health, when you have 9 health and it skates by on a late game hit like this, ooh.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Yeah, definitely feels like you've been granted a new lease on life here. The elementals are too small for George to really benefit off of these divine shields. Without having hit a Nomi, it feels pretty futile. And he's been looking for the triple on the Molten Rock for ages now, still hasn't hit it.
Reno, meanwhile, taking a glance. This doesn't look like much of this is beneficial.
Yeah. I guess you could take the poison over the Hyde main, but looks like he's given it up instead. Bran for Argus? I don't know about this one.
I don't know what else you roll into this turn that really benefits you is all. And at 2 health, you don't really
Right.
have much left to work with. So what I'm looking at is you're going to Argus. Oh, he's not going to Argus the Battlemaster. I was, in my head, I was thinking maybe Argus the Battlemaster, hope you find Strong Shield Scavenger afterwards and get the board-wide buffs going.
Yeah, that was definitely a consideration. I think by putting the taunt on the Wrathweaver, you're just kind of making the read that there's no Amalgadon on their side and just hoping that everything just rams into that giant taunt
Wow.
and doesn't allow
Both
your
jugglers.
opponent to get any, yeah, that's insane, any value trades.
That zap
To be
was
fair, though-
huge this round.
To To be fair, though, I don't know if the jugglers would have done very much against this type of board state. The best they could have done is snipe the Bran and the Zap, but in a lot of worlds, they just generate more beasts off the Imp Mama, and they're never killing the Wrath Weaver or the other Battle Master. So I think Reno was favored here either way.
That's Reno out in 6th. I'm sorry, Rafam out in 6th, excuse me. Tied with the Silas in that round. And now Jandis again with this Bran trucking along.
And
that is a massive Hydra.
It's true, and she also has the Jug able to just swap back in and out. Oh, it's tempting to take the Battle Master too. She could give up on the boat here. And then just go buy the Battle Master, swap the Jug, buy the Jug, end on the Vermin Sensei. So if you don't give up on the boat, it means that you miss out on buffing the Battle Master with the Jug. So I think you still end up giving up the boat here. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to see what else they can do. I don't really see much. I mean, you'd have to lose like a Light Fang or something on this roll, so just nothing else there you're gonna buy really, unless you're just replacing a minion though.
You could have made the argument for ending on high main for more stats at the end of it, but that dilutes the pool of beasts for Light Fang to buff. So I think it's fine to end on Vermin Sensei. It feels bad to use the gold like this, but not the end of the world. She's also freezing for the Murazon here, which with the Bran Jandis means that she could just generate a triple out of nowhere if she survives this.
Yeah, the Murazon thing is just so huge with Bran. Like, A, it doesn't really cost you anything except time to make your choice for the round. And then B, the payoff for it is insane.
She is absolutely home free here. The two huge taunt minions on either side able to break through that beast comp easy peasy.
Woo!
And so it's Galakron and George biting the dust here?
That's right. And Reno stays alive.
Up Bear's teammate is George, though, so she is definitely looking for first place to even out the points that George might not have gotten.
So at some point here, this Goldrin got taunted up. I imagine because there was not a Macaw here, and you needed to ensure that you had those stats. And now you're looking at the Goldrin being taunted alongside a Macaw, alongside a spawn, just to make sure that you're getting some stats from your Baron Macaw.
Yeah, it's pretty messy. Oh, second Goldrin makes things easier, though. I think you can give up the spawn and the gas coiler now to just guarantee that the Macaw will proc Goldrin. Golden Bran, hello, is there time?
Looking for a Malgadon. No dice.
Aye. It's fine though, she's facing a ghost. There is absolutely time here freezing the Murazon, because when you have Golden Bran, it is just free money at the very least.
Strong enough too to just be like, you know what, I don't need the 7th unit in play. I don't want to dilute my pool and throw the Light Fang buff somewhere I don't want it.
Oh, it looks like Barav actually ended on the Righteous Protector here, which I find kind of weird because it dilutes the pool of Death Rattles.
It's not big enough.
Nope.
Reno's too big.
Hmm? Yeah, failing to hit the golden on the Macaw or Baron definitely hurt their chances, but it's still a respectable finish for Barra, which is not necessarily considered a high-tier hero. Reno looking for an Argus to go along with this strong shell, I suppose, and just leverage the brand that way.
I'd be pretty shocked if Reno gets out of this one alive.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. Okay, Jug. We're never taking that triple. Can't afford it anyway, right?
I don't see how.
Oh, she has so much money.
Oh, my.
Golden Brand Murazon does that, doesn't it?
I like where you're going with
On Jandis as well, so she got to roll it
I
twice.
don't like that one either. Here's a gold for the
Yeah, that is a lot of stuff.
Probably just take the teacup. And then end on Major Domo.
Oh yeah,
Then in the
you get
party elemental.
because they just played all those elementals.
Mm-hmm.
So the Hydra's just humongous.
gunning for you. Watch out.
Yeah, even more so than it already is.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
it's
Hydra's
smaller
the
than
same
the
size as
Wrath Weaver though. Oh, but it... Okay, if it had gone into the Wrath Weaver, maybe there was a small chance there. Actually, now that I look up it, the dragon is far too big. I guess Jandis is 100% here. And that
Yeah,
means
there's- that
Papa Bear is gonna take the lobby. Very, very impressive.
Reno making good use of the early Wrathweaver, though. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it's got to go sometimes. You know, second place is nothing to scoff at. You're not going to be able to win them all.
Yeah, I respect it. Reno just hunkering down and saying, I'm not going to get greedy and try to get Golden Lightfang or Golden Nomi. I'm just going to make sure that I can reach top 4. And that is a very valid strategy to go about when you're playing in a team tournament, when you have many lobbies to go through. And especially when second place gets 8 points, I believe.
Yeah, it's 10 to first and 8 to second. You total up the team scores, and that's going to determine your placement within that lobby. And so, you know, your goal is not necessarily to win. Your goal is to place as high as you can. Even if that highest place is 5th, that's the difference in points, and that's what you got to do to make sure it's getting underway. So that's our 5th match now. That's in the books, which means that we have 3 more to go here on this qualifier day. They're competing for their spot at the main event, where 10,000 in prizes are up for grabs. Quick break, and when we come back, our 6th match is getting underway. WSOE Online IV for Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We're going to be getting into game number 2 of our round of 16 here. We have a couple more matches that are left to be played afterwards, and that's admirable. I'm joined by Gia. And Gia, you got a bit of your wish in that last round. We had a bear up that performed pretty well. Did that live up to your standard of what you wanted?
Absolutely. We didn't get to see the nitty-gritty of all of the bets placed, but at the beginning we could already see how Barov had all of those extra coins, how he leveled to Tavern 5 much earlier than the rest of the field, and that allowed him to make top 4. But it was really a story of Hapa there. They're really leveraging the Jandis ability, and just even though it wasn't quite as crazy as that other Jandis game with all the little rags, she just made good use of Bran and Murazond, getting golden Bran and getting extra gold that way.
And Hapa Bear showed up with Maev in that one as well, with a number of strong choices that were available. And I'm looking forward to this lobby. I saw a lot of good heroes here.
Oh, yes. The Deathwing and Rakanishu looking a bit lackluster to me, but I'm on the Tess train. I think Tess is quite strong in a lobby with elementals, and also just in a lobby where you're able to collaborate with a partner.
Yeah, that's really one of the biggest differences, that they're competing with in the 2v2 format here. So anytime that you're against your teammate, what that means is you can work together in order to find the best possible position that you can take. And right away, we're seeing that take place here in the early stages where players are not necessarily putting minions into play because there's no reason to. Don't contest each other if you don't have to.
Don't tell
Yep.
the others.
Just make sure that you take no damage on either side if you're facing off against a teammate. Rafam with a great start with the tokens, but runs into the only hero that has a way to actually beat that much stats in the beginning.
The old Millhouse.
Yeah, Millhouse on token start is a force to be reckoned with for sure.
That's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then.
Oh, it's interesting. You could go full economy and take the cat here and just hero power, or could go for the 2-3. Okay, freezing for the cat instead, I suppose.
Doesn't look like freeze at all. I mean, it kind of depends on what your opponent's playing, right?
Yeah, it's close. I mean, the argument for taking the cat is if you just want to level next turn instead of, say, rolling and buying and hero power.
Doing great out there.
But it looks like he's settled on just looking for maybe better pairs instead. Oh, loses the 50-50.
Gosh, that one's always so painful to me.
It really is.
Millhouse taking the level? Is that what I saw?
Your minions
No, not taking the level.
hold their weight.
Oh, it was
Wait.
post-fight, excuse me.
What? Yeah. Wait, this Millhouse didn't buy the deckhand first. That's a mistake. Unless they wanted to use the Swabby for the next level? I don't know. I find that really weird. I thought Swabby level was super clean there.
Huh.
Anyway, Tess
Oh.
has a triple saved up. It's a very, very weak triple, but discovering into a 3-drop may be good enough here.
Perhaps organizing here.
Everybody just has these
Just
token
everyone's
boards.
tokens.
It's good news for Rafam.
Alright, this triple feels like it's important. Oh, you're against Deathwing too.
Yeah, that's the one hero you
Oh,
don't necessarily
gosh.
want to triple. I mean, there's a chance to hit Bronze Warden, which can solo Deathwing, so I think it's worth
That's
it.
a great
Yeah,
I can't wait
you're
to see
you're just committed at this point, aren't you?
Kind of feels like it.
Oh, this is more triples as well. Hang on a second.
Wait, this is so confusing. Are they even teammates? Wow. I suppose they're teammates if this Tess isn't playing their Murloc
Oh.
here. Or the
Yeah.
Tess could get very greedy and just level.
I've definitely done the greedy thing before, where I like level and then play the thing next turn. But they've clearly collaborated here. Deathwing's holding on to 2 minions as well.
Yeah. This is so
Some
strange. though.
damage. It's very unusual, but that again, this is part of like how this works, right? You get to collaborate, you get to mitigate the damage, and then that further catapults you ahead. Like instead of tanking your health total in this situation, instead it's looking like you may have something very real in the works here, where you could just absolutely blast off the face of the planet because you got those couple extra points of life. That gives you one more turn, and suddenly that's one more roll of your opponent's warband. You just blast off when you find everything.
True, and I think this test was definitely looking for Gold Grubber here as the Premier 4 drop to get, because they're going to get another 2 golden minions after this triple. Misses on the first roll, but there's another chance for the Grubber. Is she going to get it?
No.
No.
The stats.
That's disappointing, to say the least.
Oh boy. Jandis with a Khadgar.
Yup. Triples
Yeah,
for days.
I am always scared when I see a Jandis doing this one. Khadgar brand token stuff is some of the most nonsensical things I've seen in Battlegrounds. It's also some of the most impressive, and when executed well, it's also one of the most powerful. I cannot wait to see if this gets going.
Yeah, I hope we stay on the Jandis. It's definitely a race to just try and find Mama Bear here, so I expect Jandis to level and take their next triple on the next turn. The awkward thing is that the buff of the Cobalt Scalebane went on the minion that I think Jandis is pretty likely to sell, aside from the already golden Tabby Cat. So now it gets a bit more confusing what she's going to sell to make space.
Yeah, you're trying to find like the stopgap points as well. I think that you've hit the nail on the head with Mama Bear here being like the major influx of stats at this point.
Okay, so it's level, sell the tutu, and swap your Tabby Cat, sell whatever you get off of the swap.
It's good to get some minions in play.
And then, okay, ends up selling the Microbot anyway, which
Yeah,
feels bad
gotta have
because
the
he was
space.
just the buff, but...
Hey, a triple. Here's your reward.
Brand gets
Oh
found.
my goodness! Okay!
Oh boy!
Triple City, every single token found now for Jandis is just an automatic triple.
So they're gonna get clocked here. I want to take a look around some of the other players and see what's going back. But their next turn, like, I want to laser it back on this one. So, kind of looking around the board and seeing, what other players are developing, and then coming back to this Jandis.
It's true.
Because they're about to get sloshed in this fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these beasts are going to chew this up very, very easily. I'm curious to check in with Maiev. Still at full health here is Happy Bear, and definitely looking to continue her streak as of last lobby.
Oh, extra 3-2 here. Hang on a second. What?
Wow! The Jandis win?
No way! That is nuts.
Yeah, that's huge. Jandis has so much breathing room now. And so, looking for tokens. Tokens.
Wow, Rose the gold!
Wow! So much value.
No!
Wait,
They missed!
they didn't have the
They needed the
space.
board space!
Yeah, you're supposed to sell the Glyph Guardian or the Cobalt, right?
That's a major brick!
Yeah,
That blunder, that could cost them the game.
yeah, it's huge. They hardly have any stats right now. Probably not going to die on the next combat, but they could have had one more 5-drop here. And if that 5-drop were a Gurgle or something, could have made a full Murloc transition.
Oh my gosh, that's not good.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. We saw already a huge blunder in game 1, which is just playing demons to die off of Wrath Weavers. This one is a more macro game plan, but they were not on the rope at this point. I think they're maybe autopiloting a little bit too hard.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
And now that the Alley Cat has not been frozen on the other side of the board, Jandis can't just swap that and abuse. They need to look for it naturally now.
Still 2 tokens to find. But that's not where you want to be. These are supposed to be found already.
Okay. Trades have been going pretty well in terms of damage mitigation for the Jandis, like getting rid of the Deflecto and the Iron Sensei is probably the best you could have hoped for in this situation.
I've got some fresh fruits.
Okay,
Finds a token right away.
all the space here except for one other minion.
Hey, a triple. Here's your reward.
Need 4 spaces to execute this.
Oh, you're
Yes.
moving up in the world.
Bam, bam, bam! So 4 6-drops gonna be discovered for this Jandis. Pretty silly,
And up a goal.
but very fun.
Another token discovered for the final pin.
Let's go, 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 Jandis!
There's a
I
lot
love
of
it.
innovations and stuff taking place on the other side as well. So as they're doing this, you are kind of at the mercy of watching these happen as another token gets found.
God!
Now 40 seconds
In the world.
to get all this done.
Jandis is on the clock here. Could easily hit triples on the same 6-drop. But the time is the big factor here. Caligos! Another Caligos! This is now a Dragon comp, guys.
Thanks, Khadgar. I'll see you later.
You done good. Okay, just buy whatever's left on the board. No more time. Oh!
That's a great.
Oh! I thought they were gonna triple the Caligos, but if they did there, then they would have lost so much board presence because they didn't have time to play it. Oh man,
Yeah.
this was
The thing
possible.
about it is, we're watching the spectator client. They've already queued up all of this stuff. Like, this all already happened, and we're watching it post.
This is extremely impressive, though. There was not a second hesitation here.
I think you can win this thing.
And that's where they ended. All that was already queued up. This is nuts.
I am
Poor issue.
impressed. Rakanishu, get out of this lobby. There is no chance you're beating that. It's another thing we can cross off my wish list, Admirable. I've seen Barov shenanigans. We've now seen the Brand Khadgar on Jandis into double Caligos, double Amalgadon, all in the same turn, with one more Discover in hand.
Look at that damage. 40!
A proper OTK.
You're good at it.
I hope this event has a highlight reel.
Yeah, and so in this spot, you actually don't want to triple up your Amalgadon. That's actually a trap that I have accidentally fallen into myself, as I have cashed in my 2 Amalgadons, and as a result, lost a colossal important minion. Do not triple the Amalgadon in this situation. It's just not worth it.
Yep, it is bait. Oh man, this Jandis is unstoppable. Now double Caligis. This board improves only by tripling the Caligos, I suppose, and then trying to find selfless heroes for the end. I don't even know. Or Nadine, I suppose.
Yeah, Nadine is a big one. I suppose if you saw like 5 Amalgadons in the same window, that's pretty
This
big.
board doesn't know what's coming.
I think
It's
you
a
can
modest
win
board
this thing.
with a couple Deflectobots.
Oh gosh. Oh, look away. Oh, this is brutal.
And the crazy thing is that the cheapest minion that Jandis has on this board is tier 5. So Deathwing's taking a beating no matter what survives.
Well, it's like all of it surviving. This is terrible. So you pop this and it gets tokens instead.
21, 26. Is this one off lethal?
At this stage, I'll call it a blessing.
Out there. Keep up
Yeah.
the pressure.
Deathwing from 32 to the last in the lobby after the one who's already dead. A classic tale of Jandis.
Let's get some more Murlocs.
Tactical choice.
Mhm.
Defensive systems online.
Wow.
Another
These
triple.
Here's your reward.
Amalgadons are completely invincible at this point. Caligos
Caligos.
triple.
Ah,
Oh,
so
really?
That's
This one?
that's one of the things I'm talking about tier 2 is like, do you give up too many stats by having that happen? And either number one, they didn't see that, or number two, they believe the answer is yes, that you give up too many stats. And at this stage, when I'm kind of looking at these minions, I'm somewhat in the firm belief camp that you may be giving up too many stats.
By tripling
Somewhat.
Caligos?
I think so, because what's happening is you're just smushing all the stats onto one unit, and
Yeah.
that leaves you vulnerable to like one big poison thing, like taking out like a 70, 100 Caligos, and then suddenly your board is left just only on the Amalgadons to get the work done. Really,
It's true,
So-
but I think Jandis is strong enough here with the double Amalgadons that even if you squish together the Caligos, you just have space for one more minion to keep buffing. Like another poison here with a huge Caligos, I would prefer to the current board.
yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that. It's just that's like the thinking that's going into that spot. I've definitely been in that spot a number of times, and sometimes I'm fearful of squishing all my stats onto one unit when that's the only way really that I can lose. I think is something disastrous like that happens.
That's fair. I guess we're being very nitpicky as well because Jandis is absolutely crushing everyone she encounters. No surprise. The Hoppa Bear on the Maiev, definitely doing a bang-up job herself.
it's just so much.
It never stops.
Deathwing's out. No House is out.
Good at this.
And Jandis being in the bottom three, that's how you get that possibility at the Kel'Thuzad slot. So also like a free turn here as well. Like you can just take your time, try to plan something out, and then have the pop off on the following turn.
Good tact.
Yeah. And that's the entire thinking behind taking the Talk Spin there. Even if it lands on a small Murloc, that is perfectly fine. Probably gonna take the module here. I'm just not sure if it's supposed to land on Amalgadon or the full Reaper. Oh, okay. Caligos. At first glance, it feels quite slow, but she does have Nadina and Razorgore, Golden Razorgore at that.
Yeah, I think we're a bit spoiled by looking at the Jandis side of the table.
True.
Like, this is still a pretty big board. Now, it's not the Jandis style. They hit the jackpot on this one. They found the Khadgar, they found the brand, they got the tokens, they went off. It takes a lot of work to make that happen. This is still a pretty scary board state. Everyone's competing for second place at this point, though. You're just not going to overcome what Jandis has done at this point, I don't believe.
You're way ahead.
Absolutely. It was also a curious decision where the Anoyo module ends up going because you could just put it on the full Reaper and then say the Nadina gives the Amalgadon Divine Shield anyway, but putting it on the Amalgadon means that you have more freedom to play around Cleave because it goes on the far right.
Ah! Oh, that's a really good point, actually. Because like, having the cleave, shred your whole board apart at this point, that could kill you as well. When you're staring down at a comp that, says beast on the other side, that's one of the first things that comes to your mind is, well, how do I not get shredded by a cleave?
That's right. And if you had put the module on the Foe Reaper, that means that your cleave would go first, and then you're not necessarily protecting from taunt on the rest of the board. Oh. How does this even get better for Jandis? She even has the second poison to end on.
You just gotta have all the other Amalgadons, I think. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Like, you gotta find, like, I don't know, two of them in the same window at least.
This is just a spectacle. It's insane to be able to get to these numbers of stats without, like, Lil Rag or Elemental type things.
Yeah, it's just nuts. I mean, being able to exchange out the Amalgadons too, like, if that's something that you need to do, like, those things just get massive. Like the adapts, just doubling up on the adapts the whole time, and it's activating the Caligos. But see, like, this is more of like the fair style over here. Like this board's still very strong. Again, it's just it's when you see it by comparison, and that's the whole part of Battlegrounds, is that it's by comparison. You're only as strong as the rest of the lobby, really. Like, if they have a board like this, like what are you gonna do with beasts? There's just no way.
Yeah, there is no way. And when it happens that the lobby power distribution ends up like this, and there's one person that is guaranteed to beat everyone else, it does kind of become a game of chicken of who can dodge them for long enough. And everybody's at a health total where Jandis is guaranteed to one-shot them. So unfortunately for the test, their time has come. But I do think they've put together a pretty impressive board for a lobby where Tess is not necessarily that strong. No elementals in sight.
Yeah. I can definitely agree with that one. Securing a top 4 here. This is just, I don't know, it's like a Dark Souls boss at this point. Like, you're not meant to beat them. Like, it's somehow possible, but you're just not meant to.
I'm just enjoying how the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger for Jandis. Alright, who is the next victim? It's the Rafam. Which means that Hapabear is very likely to get second place here, which is very impressive on top of the first place she already secured from last lobby.
What more terribleness can they cook up?
Oh, this is another build that I really like, though. The taunt everything up and just use Strong Shell to try and scam.
Yeah, this is actually my favorite build. Is the Strong Shell is the premier buff I want to see. This is my
the thing
favorite
is,
one. It's just...
this build is even better with Jandis, because you get to cycle the Strong Shell at least twice a turn.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
I like where you're going with this.
Here we are. I don't mind Jandis giving up on the brand at this point, but honestly, she's so strong that there's no need to give up on the brand.
Yeah, like, at this point, too, it's also kind of important to note that, like, taunting up your brand means that it's almost like, it's kind of weird to say, but it's like another way to keep the Amalgadons from just getting crushed.
Yes, by poison on the other side, because that's really the only realistic way that Jandis could ever get beaten here.
And Rafam clearly knows that there's, something happening on the other side that isn't good. They have no idea what size it is, or they would not have attempted it this way, but it is way too large.
It was also really tough positioning for their farm. They had like 5 minions that wanted to go first.
Yeah, when your biggest minion with poison trades with their third biggest minion without poison, like just straight up trades, not even like it value trades. It did. Yeah.
Oh, but killing off the one Amalgadon means that Rafam actually survives here. My mistake. It looks like Hapabear then will be the next victim of Jandis.
Oh, that's a good point, because the brand got taunted up. It died in this, colossal activity of fight that was happening here. That's 5 less damage you take.
Yeah. Big deal. Every single point counts in this lobby. And important to note that for this tournament, our rules say that if 2 players die at the same round, they average the points that they get, instead of just saying, oh, if you finished 4th, you get X amount, and then if you're 5th, it's X minus 1.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
It feels very futile. There's not much we can say that can beat the double gigantic Amalgadons.
Oh gosh, they found the oh geez.
I love how the Caligoses have managed to hit the 70s mark, and I still just think that they're an afterthought compared to the Amalgadons.
They are, though. I mean, that's the relativity of it.
That's the heights we've reached with Jandis. Oh, the Nadina on top of it. Yes, please.
Wow. The final gold.
It's perfect. My app doesn't need to buy anything ever again. Oh, I see, but they are just going to have one more turn of development. So they start with the free dealing Gambler. And then next turn, they're going to cash it out for the Nadina. But before the Nadina gets played, they get to cycle a few battle cries. Very nice optimization.
I agree on this fight. Nice optimization. Not this time, Razor Gore. Not this time.
That's wild. Jandis is probably the highest win rate hero of the entire day. This is our first place for Jandis, I think.
It's been nuts. Like,
Nice workout.
I think when you put Jandis in the hands of a dangerous player,
That'll do some damage.
like the slightest opening can snowball the entire thing. And in this case, it was one of the Khadgar brand shenanigans that took place. But it has absolutely just been like game over anytime one of these players has found the opening with Jandis.
Wow.
This is just nuts. I'm sad the Caligoses didn't reach 100 attack each.
Yeah,
But my gosh, it's just so
Otherwise,
impressive.
it is a thing of beauty.
Perhaps going up with a plan here, though.
And only one poison. I just don't see. Oh, sorry, 2 poisons. It's not enough.
Just trying to
This
selfless them,
Hydra
right?
is just
There's a Baron.
okay.
You have another poison in hand. You're staring at selflesses and Baron. That's the only way to get this done, right?
Yeah, I agree. Brown has to go. Honestly, the Hydra isn't even doing that much, but
Clearing Divine Shields, maybe?
I think maybe they were supposed to sell the other Nadina and one Selfless to buy the Baron and then just give up on the golden Selfless. Because if they lose this fight, there is no way that there's another round.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. All of it's just minuscule numbers at best, I feel at this point. Clears 1 shield, not quite enough.
Yeah. Nice tickles on the Caligese.
Yeah,
Never
that's
gets
the
there.
snowball.
Yes.
Strong
Such
effort,
an
though.
impressive run from Jandis. But yeah, you're right. A strong effort from the Rafam as well. Again, in this format, Rafam stronger than it would be just naturally on ladder.
$163 just on the 1 unit remains. My gosh, what? Just domination. You can't stop it. That
But
Khadgar
it's-
wizard, when he shows up, that's like precisely when he means to. It's right at that moment.
It was well deserved though. That Bran Khadgar turn, there was not even a millisecond of hesitation there. The animations kept going well over when we saw the rope because of the difference in lag with the spectator client, but every single decision was on point there. We saw a small blip on trying to get that first triple with the alley cat, but everything from there on out was smooth sailing.
That first alley cat terrified me, where it was not enough board space for it to happen. But all it takes is 1 token to change the entire scope of that and turn it right back around. So that match is now in the books. Quick break, and when we come back, we're jumping into another match that we have lined up for y'all. A couple more left today before we head out and have our qualifiers decided for that main event, where there's $10,000 in prizes up for grabs. So don't go anywhere. Those 2 matches are coming up. WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We're going to be coming up on Game 3 of the round of 16, which means we are closing in on our qualifiers for that main event next week. That's Admirable. I'm joined by Gia. And Gia, it does not look like we are wasting any time. We are getting straight into it. I want to know what you want to see this game.
I just want to see, honestly, a repeat performance in our last two lobbies. The leaders were both Jandis, and they were on the same team. And Bear, not to mention, also finished second in that other lobby. So naturally, Team J. Kirek and Bear are at an overwhelming lead right now. And they do have some pretty decent heroes to continue that. I'm a big fan of Millhouse, but we do now see that Elise and Galakrond are also in this lobby.
Now, Galakrond's been having kind of a rough day. We had 1 top 4 and 3 bottoms for Galakrond. And I'm just wondering like how and when that's going to change, because it just feels like my time of the couple times I've gotten Galakrond this week, they have just been like massive. I'm like, oh, that's 6. Yeah, I will take that Tavern 6 minion, and then we'll just cruise on ahead to victory. But I haven't had to come up against any of the craziness like we saw in the last game. Like, do you feel like that it's like the Galakrond just not finding the right stuff? Like, at what point do you deviate from just looking for Tavern 6 heroes?
Don't tell the others.
I would say if you hit one of the premium scaling Tavern 5 minions, like Lightfang or Chef Moby, that's probably the only time I would take a 5 over a 6. It definitely depends on the rest of the build, though. There's also arguments for Mama Bear. They're direction-defining minions. And in very rare cases, even tier 4 minions like Major Domo can give you enough leverage to be able to tier up early. So definitely, like everything else in Battlegrounds, context dependent.
Just looking for those linchpins of compositions, the ones that say, you can build around me specifically.
Right.
Like Salty Looter. I'm kidding.
I mean, I used to consider Salty Looter that way when pirates were new. I was like, I just want to jam pirates every single time, but I got punished 90% of every single time.
Did you see the start that Millhouse had here? Already has the Wrathweaver.
Yeah, it was great. There's actually, there was a small optimization where Millhouse bought a minion that they didn't want in the pool, and then they bought the Wrathweaver with that extra gold. And so they just froze, meaning that they had 2 extra slots for better minions to appear. It's like a small optimization, but you love to see it.
Yeah, you're going to float a gold away anyway, so you cycle a minion out of this pool that you're freezing. Hopefully you get something better. Smart.
Nice. And they're rewarded with a golden Wrathweaver in the works for the near future. I could also see Millhouse just leveling again next turn and then going for the golden Wrathweaver. But he will have been freezing for a very long time by that point, and that means that you might want to refresh before going for the next buy. So it's a bit tough to decide here. Ooh. So Galakrond actually went for the early Herald of Flame, which is a card that I want to say almost guarantees you to win every single early combat, but that was unfortunate how the trades panned out there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a spot where, Wrathweaver's one of the only early minions I think that survives that. Like, make something with Divine Shield, of course, but, pretty much Wrathweaver.
But it goes a lot to show where the Galakrond's mindset is at, taking for a tier 4 minion, which I would say loses its strength relatively quickly in terms of power scaling. But they are just really hoping to win every single combat from here on out.
And like you said, refresh the pool here that you've been freezing up, and then hit that level stride, and then grab the Wrathweaver. That puts you right into looking at Tavern 4, where obviously you want to find Floating Watcher a lot of times when you have that Wrathweaver lined up. Yep,
Millhouse with Big Demons is also a pretty good way of approaching it. Any comp where you need to buy and sell in order to buff the rest of your board, Millhouse benefits from that very greatly.
And benefit from this fight very greatly as well. Not a ton of damage you take from Millhouse, but you usually do take damage in the early stage.
Peep what the triple is going to be.
There's the level, there's the Sell the Pirate. Here we go.
Exactly what you were looking for.
Not great.
Yeah, just
You
take the
don't
most
hit-
stats.
Yeah, you'll take it, but aside from Floating Watcher, the other great option here was Gold Grubber, which is, just going to scale on its own. When Millhouse gets this kind of start, they just want a power level, and so any minion that can buff itself over time allows you to maintain tempo while going for the power level game plan.
Look at Reno set up here as well, looking at trying to discover something big and use that hero power.
Yes.
This is where I always feel both most excited and most concerned as Reno.
Yes. They have this window where they take a lot of damage for 1 or 2 turns. A lot of the time, even when you immediately hero power, if it's something like a Shafnomi, if it's something like a Light Fang, it's not necessarily that much stats on the board immediately, so you can treat it as 2 turns of losing into winning every turn soon after. In this lobby, though, without elementals, I think Reno is very much looking for Mama Bear.
Yeah, I feel like this damage is, maybe going to be a little bit more than they anticipated. Pretty good trade out here, though.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Yeah, definitely take those as Reno. And so, the fated turn has arrived.
We all hit some bumps now and then.
Just a level, sell the cat.
Looking for big money here.
All
Light
right.
Fang, Mama Bear. Light Fang it is. Hello.
Now, only 2
So
different
that
minion types to play.
Yeah, that's true. 2 dragons is a bit redundant, but next turn can start looking for Beast, a Demon.
Yeah, fix it post. That is a major turn. Lightfang going back to +2/+2 in this patch, I think, was such a significant change for it. Really is. Lightfang is so put to shame by how much scaling you got from Bran and from Amalgadons and such. I think that minion going back to +2/+2 really brought it back to the forefront, put it back in the spotlight, so to speak.
And I'm very happy about that because I do love the Menagerie build as well. Especially when you get to the end and they all have taunt and you can strong shell scavenger all of them. The most satisfying feeling.
I think you can win this thing.
Well, Bob's very positive about them winning this round. I'm not so sure about it. Ooh, that's a juggler
Yeah.
too.
It's fine though. I think Reno can afford to take this loss. This is the second of the 2 losses that I was predicting he's going to take. The one a while ago was almost a given. He had a very weak board. But after this, the Light Fang is going to carry so hard. As long as the Reno can find a couple different tribes. They also got the buff on their bigger dragon, which is good. So that means it's an easier decision to sell off the Glyph Guardian now.
Welcome back. How's it going?
Ooh!
Oh my!
Gold Grubber! I would take the redundant minion type for this. Absolutely would. So,
You get
is
11
it
total
Gold
gold to
Grubber?
work with here.
I like where you're going.
Gold Grubber and Gang Boss sell the Glyph Guardian. Do you sell the Dexwabi too and just make the Gold Grubber into your pirate of choice? I think that's reasonable.
My instinct says to grab the other jug, but I'm not too certain
can.
about it. Like, the spawn is still providing the temporary stats here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just go with 6 minions and play this turn. You accept that 3 of them are fairly weak. This is a lot of numbers you get. Oh, are they collaborating, perhaps?
Looks like it, if that's the case.
Okay, well that's a big deal then.
Yeah, it's huge.
Gives you an opportunity to find like a big Divine Shield minion to hopefully suit up with the jugs, or to find like a Hydra or something really important.
So if that was the case, I wonder then if the Reno was supposed to just buy Topspin as a Murloc on your field. It's very mediocre, but they could have frozen for the second jug at that point and then gotten one more static buff with the Light Fang. I think that might have
Perhaps
been
a bit more damage carried over here than you wanted as well. Yikes. That's a lot.
which is really impressive for a 4-minion Andy.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Okay,
Now the turn of
so
truth.
lacking a beast and a Murloc. So I would just roll here for Reno and try to fill out the rest of the Light Fang slots.
Well, are you ever thinking about greeting and leveling up?
So on 5, the only other thing you want is the other another Light Fang, right? I think I just want to guarantee that you get the static buffs rolling as soon as possible.
All right. I
There's
think
the
that
beast
roll
and the
has
Murloc.
determined that.
He could still level here. Like if you took the Murloc, sold the token, leveled, and then played the 2 jugs. Looking
20
for
seconds.
a better quality of beasts and Murlocs. Didn't quite hit them, but I think it's fine to settle here. Yeah. Rat Pack first, and then Jug, and then Murloc. Okay, skipping the Murloc altogether. Oh, that's interesting. I feel like if this was going to be the play, I would have just held on to 1 Jug for the gold efficiency on the next turn.
Yeah, I'm not really
I don't-
sure. The gold efficiency certainly cost you something. It's a pretty big board. I mean, Golden Light Fang is a serious deal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if the Reno went for the Jug this turn, they were scared of losing this combat, which they probably had more info on the state of the Omu than we had at that point. But as it happens, it was not a close fight whatsoever.
And that's knocked out. Yeah, that's a strong looking board. Golden Light Fang, you know, what does it crank out 20-20 that turn?
Yep. Casual 2020. And now you can level and start looking for the 3rd Light Fang.
Galakron's got a Kaligos online now.
Yeah.
They cashed in their initial scaling up of the minion with that Herald that you see on the left. And so it was delayed a little bit, but they're at 14 health. So my question is the Herald the reason that they're in this game right now? Like, how different would it have been if they instead tried to just immediately go for the 6 instead of, you know, slowing down and saying, hey, you know what? This is going to be good enough. Why don't I just stop right here and take this?
That's a good question. We would have to just... If we had full access to what turns they ended up losing the combat, we would have a better way of answering that question. But at this point, the Galakron scaling is, I have to say, a little bit slow as well. It's only the Kaligos and the Herald that have been here long enough to truly benefit from the Kaligos. I think Galakron needs to take another full turn next turn to just buy battle cries, and that might not be good enough in this lobby.
Yeah, I always find myself that even when I don't hit everything perfectly in stride, I still try to go for the win. I always am still greedy. I always try to find that big scaling minion and buff my entire board. And it very rarely does it work. Most of the time, if I fail to hit in stride, what I look back on and I think to myself is go, you know what? I should have just tried to get as strong as I was and salvage a place. But I'm also not playing in a qualifier when I'm playing that. I don't know what place I need to get in order to move on. I'm not competing against other players who are, you know, trying to get literally as strong as they can in this one particular game at times. Just wasn't strong enough this time. It was too slow on the Kaligos.
Yeah, that was painful there.
Pull their weight.
But I have to say, not too surprising. Okay.
Yeah, Floating Watcher plus Wrathweaver is definitely a way to make some big minions.
Here's the gold for the trouble. Looks like you can
Oh, finally the triple. It feels like the Alakir has been looking for that for ages now. I think
Yeah, they've just been on
Soul
tap and full cracking
Juggler,
numbers.
I would probably end on Soul Juggler here. It's tough, right? Because the Nathrism gives you a total of +6 stats plus the 2/3 body itself, but the Soul Juggler gets you, what was it, 6 juggles?
Yeah, up to 6, yeah.
Speaking
Wow,
of big
this-
demons.
This is not an easy turn either. You know, at what point do you accept just looking at 5 instead of trying to go for 6 or something? Finds a Battle Master.
You're down a minion and up a goal.
Yeah, let's end on that one. That's a lot of numbers in play. I'm a bit worried here for Alec here.
It's true. The demons are just bigger on the Millhouse's side. Positioning was a little bit curious. I guess if you're expecting demons on the other side, it's likely that they have other taunts than the one generated by Alakir's hero power, but when there's only the one taunt, I definitely like starting with a bumper into the Divine Shield.
That's gone for Alec here.
Which means that all of those demons and Wrathweavers are back in the pool for
Yeah.
Millhouse to potentially benefit from. But the real question is, can anyone outscale Reno at this point?
Yeah, I don't know if it's really possible. I think you'd have to have something pretty colossal happen to beat Reno, and I guess we're going to get a glimpse of that test right now.
This
'Cause
is
this
Hawkbear
board-
on Lich King, and she is the current points leader for this lobby.
I mean, this has been a good use of Lich King so far. I mean, I'm looking at Spawn getting reborn, and that's just cranking out a bunch of numbers here. But, you know, by comparison to what the other players have at this point, you know, this is almost looking fraudulent to me. I'm not sure this
Yeah.
board's enough to get it done.
This looks like a board that peaked in the mid game and then just couldn't really find a direction because she's half pirates and half beasts at the moment. But honestly, if you're that far in the lead, I think just going for a secure top 4 is a very valid way of going about it. However, with this Baron pickup, there might be something cooking here. It's just funny how the boat is in the middle to try and cheese out Eliza shenanigans.
I think it's smart. It's a good way to do it. Oh my gosh, Reno is humongous.
Didn't get the Murloc buff where he wanted it though, but I suppose that is a very trivial matter. I
It's
love
a
that
lot
the
of
Reno was
numbers
just
here.
picking up selfless heroes here. When you have this menagerie comp, the only minions you really want to buy are triple potentials and the selfless heroes to try and hit that triple, and then that's going to be your end game to eventually replace the lifetime.
God, that dragon just tanks so many hits in a row.
Mm-hmm. But it's not out just yet for Huckleberry.
Was that Millhouse out?
I think so.
It is?
Yeah. Which means Elise is the one that that Lich King will be facing up next. Again, this board feels very hodgepodge, so I'm still doubtful that it can get there. But second Mama Bear, maybe it's time to give up on the pirate half of this board? I don't know.
Oh, jeez. That's 2 poison Amalgadons. The only thing that's missing from here is the Nadina.
Correct.
And I think missing is, you know, kind of a subjective term here. This board is pretty big.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the Lich King is getting out of this one.
It's not finding anything.
Macaw? Does that ever help enough if you replace the boat? Guess not.
Suit up to poison. Try to stay alive. I don't know how, but you gotta at least try.
I agree with that sentiment.
You're hoping it's just big dragons. You could be
Heads
right.
up with the placement as well, though. starting with the Myexna was huge here.
That is 2 major hits at the start, and now this Hydra peels away only one of the shields, but it takes down a poisonous minion. And so it's up to this bow.
But the Baron
Second.
got hit. Oh! Are we scamming? Is that what's happening here? Depends on what comes off the Imp Mama.
No! It's not enough!
Okay. But it's...
Not alive.
Is Elise on 6? Oh, it
Yeah.
is lethal! Elise was on 6.
Wow.
That was so close. A lot closer.
That
than
was
I thought it would be.
super well navigated, though, from Lich King's side. I have to say,
Right.
when I first glanced at it, I was like, oh, there's no way. And then when I saw the actual board versus the board, I was like, well, hang on, wait a second. This is a pretty brilliant spot here to taunt up the Myexna and give it the reborn, because that's 2 big minions it had a chance to take out, and that's exactly what happened.
It's true. She had good info on the taunted but not divine shield, Amalgadon, and that gave her the information to go for a great placement choice. Reno has cashed out on their Golden Lightfang in favor of the Selfless Hero with Brand, but the Brand probably going to get replaced by Baron now.
I mean, I gotta imagine this is ending on Baron. That's the chase down right there. Hopefully Divine Shield up the whole board and treat this like the old Murloc days.
Cash out everything else.
The scourge will consume you.
And here we go, this is the last fight.
And depending on where the Selfless Hero goes, it could end up in favor of the Reno, really looking to protect this Gold Grubber.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well. Okay, that's good. Not so good.
That hit was very bad. If the Rat Pack had gone in Caligos,
Okay, that missed the shield. Now it's just not enough.
was so close.
I think they needed the first attack on that. The dragon just got sniped right away by the Myexna.
That is extremely impressive from Elise to beat such an early Golden Lightfang on the other side.
That's a Caligos for you. Caligos can pump out just as many stats as that Lightfang can across the whole board, and you typically end up with a bit more direction and synergy as well. Instead of trying to just mush everything across a bunch of big menagerie, you're actually trying to move up. So you're looking for an Adina, and you're looking for more Caligos, and as a result, you're able to find Amalgadons, and you're able to find this buff and that buff. Your team just has more fluidity, I think, when you're following that dragon line than when you're following the menagerie line, which feels more like it's scrapped together.
That's true. The Menagerie line makes it pretty tough to hit triples because you are just trying to have one minion of each type on board. And so if you're going for triples, you're spending gold on cards that stay in your hand for quite a while. And if it's hard to hit triples, it's hard to hit Amalgadon. And if it's hard to hit Amalgadon, you're much less likely to have Divine Shield Poison minion, which is always a 2-for-1 in the late game when you hit these big statted comps on the end game.
Yep, and so that's going to wrap up our game number 3 of the round of 16 here, which means that there is one final match left before our qualifier is finished, and we'll have our competitors for that main event. It's game number 4 of the round of 16, which is coming right up after this break, so stay tuned. Our last match. WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's our final match of the day. Game 4 of our round of 16. We will have our qualifiers decided right after this. I'm Matt Admirable. I'm joined by Gia. And Gia, we have had a fantastic day of games. We've seen a lot of domination, but we've also seen a lot of close calls. Is there anything we haven't seen here that you want to see in this last game?
Maybe a sleeper hero taking a win. That's the last thing that I haven't seen quite yet. We've seen a lot of Jandices take top heroes, and we've seen top heroes finish in mediocre places, but I want to see a mediocre hero take the top finish this time.
Well, you got a couple of picks here then that you get to choose from. You know, as Dormy, when he was first introduced, this was one of the top heroes that was in the game. It has been pretty outshined, I'd say, by some of the power level that other heroes can generate. But I'm also looking at Lich Bazile that's down there. Infinity Toki that's in this lobby as well. I feel like you are a wizard today in that you just have everything picked out perfectly.
Yeah, even Deathwing has definitely been lower in power level as of late. Beasts are in this lobby, so I can understand taking it still, though. Elise definitely and Millhouse look like the highest power level. Okay. Vaga?
Wow.
How do you even approach this as Reno?
I don't know.
Yeah, without a token, it's very difficult to get this triple without floating some gold. I wonder if Reno might end up still using the hero power on this Wrathweaver and then just buying the other two Wrathweavers anyway.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I think some of it will depend on what shows up in this third slot, right? Like, you definitely freeze this. The question is, well, how do you proceed? And so when you see this Micro Mummy, obviously that's no contribution to this.
That's correct. This might be a cop-out, but I think the play is just level pass here and don't freeze. Oh man, it's too tough. Golden Wrathweaver is one of the best Goldens to get, but I'm completely on the fence because it's going to be a long time before he gets to Golden this. Okay, it looks like he's going for the other play I was suggesting, which is just Golden one of them straight away. And so there is going to be quite a bit of gold floated for the next turn, but this Reno is saying if I hit even one demon, I'm going to have all the time in the world to level later on, which is a reasonable way of approaching it as well.
Yeah. Also, if you hit a demon here that shows up in the pool, what that means is you could then buy the demon and accept that the third Wrathweaver doesn't have the buff.
Right?
As it stands right now, I think it's probably the Wrathweaver, and you give it 2 good rolls. You find a demon and you say, I don't care how much damage I'm taking, this is +8/+8 to the board right now.
It's true. But it's also 5 damage to his face.
And it takes damage to make damage.
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable. I just don't know if the rest of the turn for Reno is going to be level or buy Elemental. Just for a bit more economy later on. Take some pain here, though.
That's 5 more. So you dropped to 28 to make this happen.
That's a huge price.
If someone told you could start at 28, but this was always your board, what would you say?
I think I'd probably still take the deal, honestly. But the thing is, it's not just 28, right? For Reno to keep scaling, he needs to keep taking damage. And is it level or buy a minion here?
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
I'm getting worried.
Yeah. My argument for taking Elemental that turn was it could have been level for 1 next turn and then roll and then sell this Elemental, buy 2. Hopefully you've hit 2 demons by that point and then you still end up with a full board. But obviously every turn you wait to level, you are going to just incrementally make it even harder to level in the future.
Yeah. Also, collab work here is when it appeared.
Yep. Nicely done. Minimal
that
damage
could have
taken.
greatly encouraged the level.
True. Very true.
Oh.
Demons! Good demons as well. Ah, misses on the second roll though.
Yeah, against Deathwing though, so you know, token is appreciated. Selfless here, I'd say in this instance.
Yeah, I think Selfless is gonna end up at the end of the comp one way or another, and he has enough space to work with, so I'm down to take it.
Deathwing here, not the greatest.
Yeah, this is pretty sad. Probably ends up taking the Spawn of N'Zoth. Buffs his Soralisk.
Yeah, 4 is not an irrelevant pip of health. I'd say it's like that's one of the key marks to Deathwing is like all of the health increments kind of come in waves of 3. It feels like because of the way the tokens work. It's like the difference between 4 health and 6 health, not that much, but the difference between 3 health and 4 health, ironically, is quite a bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's why that nerf to Deathwing was such a huge hit. Only buffing by 2 attack instead of 3. Oh, that trade was brutal.
Yeah.
Still though, it's thankful for Deathwing that these are just Wrath Weavers, so it's not going to be too much damage off its back. Now we get to see if Reno will continue the scaling.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Okay, Deflectobot with the Leaper. Seems like a good deal to me.
It's pretty tough to turn that down. Oh my gosh. It's so scary.
Every demon he plays is another 3 damage to the face. But it's well worth it here, I think. Oh, interesting. Toki has an early Major Domo. And the ability
That's a pretty
to
good deal.
buffing on the Cyclone. I'm interested what Toki is freezing for here.
I mean, it could just be like Savannah Hyman and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of numbers here. You know, we're heading into 9 gold, which is still fairly early in the game. You know, 9 gold's really where a lot of players, I think, you know, typically will hit their stride. And so to replace like a 4-3 and a 4-4 and just get a bunch of numbers in play, you know, because Reno is clearly, you know, they're on a big demon plan here. You expect to lose the round. And so if you're going to expect to lose this round, it means you've got to protect yourself somehow in the following.
Very true. So just a high main level turn for Toki might be on the horizon, but she's taking a ton of damage here.
Now you're facing the top spot in the lobby. Yeah, I think it's just, you just got to make your board stronger.
Okay, buying the relatively cheap elemental because it somewhat pays for itself with the refresh for a Major Domo buff later.
Yeah.
Later on down the road.
Yeah, you play it all in one turn to try to get one big wave of something instead of just playing it piece by piece and, you know, selling it off, not getting a benefit from it.
Wow, Elise has had a stellar start with the party rock combo, and it looks like almost all of the buffs landed on the molten rock as well.
That one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Jug there as well.
You're down
There's
Wow,
so
that
many
is a
options
solid
here.
lobby.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You want the jug, you want the harvest plus Anoia module combo for the 2 Deflectobots, but if you spend too much in that direction, it might mean that the elemental game plan is just weaker.
They're just going for numbers.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
I like
Big
numbers.
divine shields. Oof. Okay. Well, that panned out about as well as it could, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Toki hanging on. I don't think Toki has any more losses in her. And so that next hero power has to be very big.
And Lich picks up a win here at the end. Hanging on by a thread as you cash in life total for coins.
You're good at this.
Oh, that is... This
She cannot play any more demons, which means we're looking for Mal'Ganis now? Wait. Oh, are they teammates? Or is she just conceding this way? I'm lost. Huh? Okay, I guess she just thought she had no chance to win at that point, but I honestly didn't think it was 0. There's a play where you just level, you go down to 1 and hope you get Mal'Ganis the next turn if you ever survive. It's unlikely, but it's unsettling how many self-losses we've seen to just playing demons while you have Wrathweaver and you're at 2 or 1 health today.
Yeah, 2 is a pretty large number, all things considered.
Mm-hmm. That's 2 more than I would have expected to see.
Oh gosh, this board's just never beating Reno.
Yeah,
this is the first light bank turn. Oh.
It had potential to get there, maybe, but it's so far off. Needed to happen at least 1 round ago.
Oh, and Reno's found a brand at this point with the Selfless completed also.
I mean, the brand could be the lethal blow here if it doesn't die. No, not quite. Not quite enough. Which means Maiev gets another turn with the Light Fire. Still some hope. Reno still
First
hasn't
turn
been
of
able
Light
to
Bank.
find the second golden Wrathweaver. It's been many turns now. Okay, Maiev gets the turn against the Ghost as well. That's huge. Nas feels safe enough to level. I think that's a reasonable assumption when you're facing Deathwing and you have a Rat Pack.
That to me is like it's such a weird dynamic where against Deathwing is like the one hero where you can change the way that you play the game just because you end up having like a lot of mid game units in play that like, oh, these are pretty fine against Deathwing.
That's true.
Toki just trying to get something going with this brand. I think this might be too little too late.
Yeah, it's gonna get a little bit more buff from the Major Domo as well, but if the cleave is not able to clear 2 minions immediately, feels tentative at least. But there's actually quite a few here that could fall prey to the Hydra cleave.
Yeah, there's no direction to point that cleave at. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think Toki should have this actually. Because Toki does have a taunt, whereas Millhouse does not. So the Wildfire semi-cleave is not going to activate here.
Yeah, that's a big Hydra. Oh.
That is the best one.
Wow, and the Major Domo lives.
Oh, hold on.
Wait a second.
Okay.
That's a bad thing.
No! Oh no!
Oh.
Okay, I didn't expect the Wildfire to go that way. That is really rough. All my hopes for a mediocre hero winning were riding on Toki. I guess Deathwing still has a shot, but I'm not liking the Deathwing scaling last time I saw it.
Elise still undefeated.
Unsurprising.
Oh, not anymore. Not anymore. They just took 18.
From who? I didn't notice. But she does have double Chef Nomi at the moment. Doesn't hit any elementals in this shop though. That's extremely unlucky.
Just no gold left.
Yeah, I mean, Elise,
It looks
if
like a
she
combat.
survives the next combat, might be home free. I don't know what size the elementals in the tavern are right now, but she could take a major beating in this next fight. Why don't we check in with Nosdormu and see? Oh yeah, spawns are +2/+2 each because of the Baron. Whoa!
Wow.
No money. But that's an insane shop. There's also the Anoia module to stick on the egg.
Ah, are they organizing together? Ah.
Looks like it. Very cool, very cool. It's crucial too that Elise is running into a teammate at this point because this is basically the only fight she needs to survive. And then she absolutely pops off because of the double nomies.
Yep.
Bob willing, of course.
It's like that. It's the free parking in Monopoly.
Oh, but did the Nosdormu maybe punt too much? Double nomi surviving is extremely painful for Nosdormu though.
I think they have that one planned out pretty well, honestly. Maiev dealing 29!
Oh man! I didn't see that one coming. I thought the Light Fang was relatively late for Maiev, but maybe she found another one.
Yeah, this was actually like almost perfectly planned out. This is really well done on their side. That is exceptional vision of how the combat resolves.
Yeah, completely agree. It's so tough to work that out too, when you're not necessarily sharing images, just discussing it by yourselves and with the limited time there is. But here we
+8.
go. 2 elementals in the shop, saying goodbye to these Deflectobots, naturally. Fire, reroll. Ooh. So, I think you give up on a pair here. Yeah.
Just keep the elementals cranking. They need to find a guard. Find a way to buff. The guard's building. You know, it's a big way for taunt, but you gotta have something. You know, if that never kills a minion, it's not like getting the job done.
It's true. Okay, cashing out on the Molten Rock, going Party Elemental instead. I think this is very disciplined from the Elise. Sometimes you can tunnel vision on trying to keep the Divine Shields, but they're just too small at a point like this.
This was a massive change in how strong they were. I mean, we're looking at like 6-7 Divine Shield, 6-3 Divine Shield, an 8-10 unit. Suddenly, you know, half the board's 20-20.
Oh. So interesting positioning from the Deathwing, where they know that they have several Death Rattle minion generating effects. And so the Macaw is not at the head of the field. They're saying that I don't want to risk wasting the Macaw attack by proccing something other than the Goldrin, so I'm going to put it farther down the line. And
yeah, I think it makes
working
some
out
sense.
pretty nice for us.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because of the Mama Bear. Like, so generating a token can actually mean something here. But just, again, Elise is super huge at this point. Like you said, as soon as they get past that one turn where they find the initial Nomis, they're going to get that huge boost, and that's exactly what's happened.
These Wildfire Elementals have just been putting in so much work in this combat as well. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Down to 1.
Storm hanging in there.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Have a Golden Sneeds in the bag? Okay. What do you even buy here as Maiev? Could imprison the Wildfire as another pair?
Is the game going to last 2 more turns? That's what I'm thinking.
Unlikely.
Like, if this turn you have the next turn, do you get to the turn after that? I mean, everyone is really low. They're done at the next hit.
It's true. Oh, I think you take second Light Fang over the Captain Pogger here. Just want as much buff on this cleave as possible. It's a bit annoying that the Mayaxa could mess with that, but the poison is too valuable to sell here. I didn't even notice that Light Fang was golden for Maiev.
Oh my gosh. They just got rid of the guard. They're like, this isn't big enough. I don't blame them. It's not.
I don't understand how Maiev gets to do that. Reno can get the golden light fang. That's what the hero power does. But Maiev can basically golden anything.
Just get to cheat 1 mana at a time. You're like, I'll pick that one up. I'll pick that one up. Just get enough gold minions. You need to look at the tavern so much. Oh gosh.
That was painful. Maiev's power is inventory space.
Yeah.
And
that's a lot of damage.
Absolutely crushing. Elise here.
Now there's 2 left. Maiev gets a
Golden
cash in on the
Sneeds.
golden steeds.
I think you probably roll first here and look for some battle cries. Okay, just going for the hero power instead. And the tavern up instead.
Oh wow. Bran
Is there
and
room?
Amalgadine.
Is there room to do all of this? There has to be one more thing sold. I suppose it's the Mayax now? Question mark. Because there's 2 beasts on the field currently.
Yeah, and the elemental that can find another Amalgadon. Wow.
Oh wow,
Same thing, huh?
Lifetime cashed in. Okay. Maiev is smelling blood.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
Pretty
Can't blame
reasonable.
her. Yeah, I've always been greedy with light fangs, and it feels so sad to part with one that you goldened through actually buying 3, or I suppose hero powering some of them as Maiev, but I think it's super reasonable to just try and go for the kill here. Both of them are super low within striking range of a single victory.
Reno is not weak though. I mean, this is a pretty large board.
Yeah. It's just this last slot is pretty unfortunate for Reno. Definitely looking for a poison, ideally to have filled this out, but no dice. So it's just the crowd favorite, I suppose. It's the most stats on board right now. It's never the menace because you want the Macaw to proc the selfless hero guarantee.
That's what I
Yeah.
picked.
That's smart. I have made that mistake before as well. It feels very foolish when you do it at the moment. And so this is it. Last fight, perhaps. If Reno wins, it still could be another round for Maiev because of the nature of Wrathweavers. They just don't deal a lot of damage on their own. And the Selfless picks up one of the Divine Shields. That's not the one you want to find it.
Oh, good trade so far though for Reno. Okay. Okay, but the selfless. Oh,
Wow.
it's just not enough. It was so close here.
I think that might have been Reno favored, looking at that fight. That's
Really?
pretty close.
I kind of thought it was Maiev favored, but the first set of Divine Shields landed on the right minions. The rest of the trades didn't make it pan out, but
Yeah, I meant like from the initial get-go. Either way, Maiev, take the top slot. Reno, big performer in this qualifier as well.
That's how it.
No underdog though.
yeah, didn't quite get my wish of one of those mediocre heroes taking it, but I do think that the Reno was very well deserved. It was a tough decision right from the beginning of how do you approach Bob giving you 3 Wrathweavers in the very first tavern. And I think it was the right idea for Reno to make 1 golden right away and then just buy the rest of them naturally.
Yeah, even to the last little decision point of do I golden it right now just to make sure I win this round, or do I wait and see if a demon pops up and perhaps be a little bit more patient with it? You know, just that little tiny ripple of decision can change the whole scope of the game, and I'd love to see that. I think that my favorite point throughout this entire day though was watching the Jandice just pop off, have the nigh 100 attack Caligoses
Oh, yes.
that were in play. I mean, does anything top that for you?
Absolutely not. That was a major highlight indeed, and that does mean now that this entire group has been wrapped up. So we do have the standings in, and it is Team Papa Bear and Jay Kirek that will be advancing from this group with a total of 59 points. The next highest score was 46.5, so that's a big difference that they put in between them and the runner-up.
Yeah, to give you an idea, for placing in first place, you got 10 points for that. For second place, you got 8, and then it descended on its way down. 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, and 1, respectively, from first to 8th. So to have that score is a tremendous performance over the course of those games. To have it be quite that large.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. And of course, there were 3 other groups that were played off stream here because this was the round of 16. And the top of each of these groups, the top teams will be advancing to the next part of the tournament where they face off against some of the invited players. Some of them really, really big names. We've got Show in there. We have 12 wins. We have Slissa, and the list goes on. So make sure that you guys tune in to the next phase of this tournament.
That's absolutely right. That's coming up next Saturday, December 19th. It's starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time, where there's $10,000 that'll be up for grabs in that main event. That's what the players were competing for here this week, was their shot to play in that main event. And that's going to be taking place, so you don't want to miss it. You can follow us here on the channel. You can throw a follow over on YouTube as well, youtube.com/WSOE. And if you were looking for some of your favorite teams that are following this one, your friends were competing in it, there's an exclamation point bracket where you can check out everything that happened here in this qualifier here this week. So make sure you're tuned into that one next week. We got some big casters, we got some big names, we got some big payouts that'll be taking place. Gia, I think that's just going to about wrap things up for us. Do you have anything you want to say before we head out?
Well, just thanks to everybody for tuning in. And I suppose I should plug the World Championship that's happening in roughly 10 hours. That will be over on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel. It is standard and not Battlegrounds, but it is the biggest Hearthstone event of the year. So if you guys have time, please tune in there. And of course, shout out to WSOE. Thank you guys so much for inviting me back. Even though it's as a caster capacity, I'm happy to be involved with WSOE in any form.
All right, so that'll wrap us up here. For Gia, for the production crew, it's everyone that's here, for myself, Admirable. Thank you all so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Tune in next week again, Saturday, December 19th at 10 a.m. Pacific, right here on this channel, twitch.tv/WSOE. We'll see you there.